Well, good morning wherever you are, and welcome once again to the National Stadium here at Providence in Guyana. Day number 2, the Windward Islands volcanoes battling the Jamaica Scorpion. Yesterday we had a dramatic day, 315 runs scored, 17 wickets tumble with Jamaica. They're in serious trouble at 98 for the loss of 7, responding to the 217 made by the volcanoes. At the crease, we have Graves, he's on 33. And in fact, Green on 33, losing the last man when the umpires decide to call play. Merchant going for 24. The scorecard for the Scorpions looks a sorry state. So far, Justin Greaves, 4 for 34. He has been the star performer for the Volcanoes. Shamar Lewis back in the team, 2 for 29. 1 for 35, Ryan John. With me once again is Clyde Butts, former chairman of selectors for Cricket West Indies and former test off-spinner. Good morning to you, Clyde. Yesterday was a day when the wicket tumbled. What can we expect today?
Morning to you in the Jeet. Morning to viewers wherever you are. I'm certainly hoping that today would be a better day for the batters. Yesterday wasn't. The bowlers certainly outdid the bowlers the batsmen in a big way yesterday, where 17 wickets actually fell. And with Jamaica Scorpions on 98 for 7, still somewhere behind, you would expect them now to come out and certainly try and bat for as long as possible. Dorval Green on 33 has played well. He has looked the part, played some lovely shots and so on. So he would need to come out this morning and probably continue from where he left off. Hope that the low order would support him a little bit more so that he can inch that score as close as possible to the Windwards Volcano scores. And I'm sure he'd be thinking, well, we don't want to give them too much of a lead. Right now they're leading by 119.
That's right.
So if you don't want to give them that sort of lead in a low-scoring game.
So Ryan John, 1 for 35 from his 6 overs, will begin the bowling on day number 2, and he'll be bowling to the right-handed Dorval Green. He played some spanking cover drives yesterday and looked the part. So John is going to start with 3 slips. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump, just pushing at 1 there, Green. In no sort of trouble, just a loosener from John. John showed us yesterday that he can do a thing or two with the ball, moving it around.
Yeah, I thought he bowled pretty well. Probably a little expensive, but bowled pretty well. Got a wicket and kept the attack just on or about the off stump to all the Jamaican batsmen. Probably to the left-handers, he bowled a little too wide, but certainly had a good first afternoon yesterday.
Yes, we recall Atenes yesterday leading the way for the Windwards Volcanoes. The skipper, 81, was a pity he didn't get that 100. Good delivery once again, and Clyde backed up by Greaves, who made a good half-century, exactly 50.
Yeah, that has been the difference in the match so far, that partnership between the two, the Barbadian Greaves and the young man, and the young captain. I thought that was the difference. Atenes, that was the difference in the innings. And it has showed that partnership really is the difference between the two teams at the moment.
So that man batting out in the middle, Dorval Green. Wonderful figures. 5 for 30, his best ever first-class figures. Once again, no pressure on the right-hander, just loosening up a little. And other matches continues today in Trinidad and Tobago. Harpy Eagles yesterday, 324. Their innings lasted 86.3 overs. Kevin Sinclair, 69. Johnson, 62. Bramble, 56. Paul, 46. And Savory, 44. Trinidad and Tobago overnight, 7 without loss. That match has already started. Shout for leg before. He's gone. Leg before. Dorval Green. He just turns around and he's going to slowly walk away. does not believe that we shall look at it on the replay.
Well, the first two deliveries were outside the off stump, making him play this time. Bowled it fairly straight, just on or about middle and leg. And the umpire decided that was going to go on to hit the stump. The batsman obviously disappointed. And as usual, when a batsman get out LBW, we're not happy people. We're not happy campers when we get put out LBW. Probably thinking that was going down the leg side of the batsman.
Yes, well, in the mind of the umpire, he raised the fingers almost immediately. It simply means that he had no doubt in his mind. Green, he's disappointed. His body language says it all. As Nicholson Gordon makes his way out in the middle, Green has gone back to the pavilion. LBW Ryan John for 33, 37 balls, 55 minutes of batting, 6 fours, and he definitely wanted to go on, but he has to go and he's gone.
Yes, he's gone. Delivery, that was fairly straight, just on about middle leg. The umpire decided that was probably going on to hit leg stump and raise the dreaded finger.
So Gordon and Mindley at the wicket, the two medium-fast bowlers for Jamaica, did reasonably well in the bowling department. It is left now to be seen how will they handle pressure. 98 for the loss of 8 in only over number 22.
That's tough to be bowled out. Well, not bowled out, but to be 8 wickets down in over number 22. That's very disappointing in a first-class 4-day cricket. And it's not to say that the pitch has got that much terror inside. It hasn't.
It has been a mixture of some good deliveries and also some real sloppy-looking shots by the Jamaican Scorpions and Windward Volcanoes as well. That's the reason why we have how much? 18 wickets now tumbling there. Tumbling yesterday and early today. This is just the first over. The final delivery coming up. Barbados Pride against the Leewards. Barbados Pride overnight. 294 for the loss of 8 of 88 overs. That's at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beaten all ends up there outside the line of the off stump. The over is completed, 98 for the loss of 8.
The second game, Barbados were playing at Queen's Park.
Yes, at Queen's Park. Wake up from the wrong side of the bed this morning.
Sorry, these things do happen. But that was an excellent over from young Ryan John, bowling in the right areas, making the batsmen play. And he certainly got his reward, getting the wicket of Green, who batted pretty well and looked the best batsman on the show for Jamaica.
Agree with you. Dowritt scoring 116 in that game. He's still at the wicket. Cornwall, the turn in the flesh for the Barbados Pride. 24 overs, 5 for 60, another 5-wicket haul at regional 4-day cricket.
Certainly got a few.
So, Justin Greaves will continue. Look at those figures. 4 for 34. Bamboozled the batting with his away swingers. Not a bad start. Just a little bit on the slow side for a medium fast bowler, but he's not going to look to bowl too quick on this pitch. He'll be looking for more away movement. Maybe bring back just 1 or 2. Brilliant day for cricket. There were some clouds early on coming down from the east coast of Demerara. No threat of rain. Conditions good out in the middle.
Yeah, nicer cricket actually. It's nice and cool, not too warm out there. And a word on Justin Greaves. When you think that he was in and out of the Barbados team, and he over the years, and now he's gone to Windwards, probably getting a regular game, and it is showing in his cricket. His improvement is showing. And I'm sure he'll be thinking, well, I want to be here for another 4 or 5 years and sure I do what I do and get the results he's getting at the moment.
And it's good for him, and it's also good for the Windwards Volcanoes cricket, because certainly they have someone who they can look up to. He has done well for them this season. And who knows, if he was still with the Barbados Pride, he might not have gotten a match. And here is he playing for the Windwards Volcanoes and representing his team and himself with distinction so far. We like to see more of that happen across the Caribbean.
Well, I don't know what has happened, but I thought that was when they had brought in the professional league that each team had to have two foreigners. Or when I say two foreigners, two from either Barbados, well, from a different country, because we're countries, we're not like most other places where it's just counties or state. We are countries, and so you thought it would have continued or would have even grown a little bit more. But it hasn't. I think the thing with the players from a different state or different country, as we say, just seems to have fallen through. I don't think Guyana has any. I didn't see any in the Jamaica team. I don't know what's going on with the other sides, but certainly it's not happening as it was supposed to.
Yes, and it has been renamed the CWI 4-Day Championship other than the Professional Cricket League. Testing delivery just outside the line of the Ostom. And Cricket West Indies, they have confirmed home series 2023. And we'll endeavor to run through that for you very quickly. West Indies women, they will take on Ireland in a home series. That's in June. They're coming here for ODIs and T20. Venues are yet to be named. I guess that will be announced not long from now as Cricket West Indies look to spread the game across the region. Good, solid, tight line, tight length. The over gone, 98 for the loss of 8.
Not a good over from Greaves, just holding that length and line just on about the off stump, making the batsman play. Not really getting much contact, but certainly an excellent over from Greaves again.
Yeah, so the home series, like I said, begins with West Indies women against Ireland women in June, ODIs and T20. And then there's a full home series. India will be coming down here. That's a big team. They're coming down here in July and August this year. 2 test matches, 3 one-day internationals, and 5 T20s. That is a reasonable tour for the Indians. And then later down the year in December, England will return here for 3 one-day internationals and 5 T20s, 8-match series. And from
in December?
Yes, in December. That has been announced by the Cricket West Indies. Nice leave alone there by Nicholson Gordon. And from now to 2025, we also have home fixtures against South Africa. They'll be coming down Bangladesh, Australia, and Pakistan. All those will be coming down here before the end of 2025. In fact, Cricket West Indies begin their Future Tours program where they're given points for Test cricket. That was against South Africa recently. Do you think here that Ryan John is just spraying it a little bit too wide, Clyde? Or is he working on a plan?
Well, I hope he's working on a plan, but he's just pulling a little too wide. You've got number 9 and 10 in the middle, and you want to try and get rid of them as quickly as possible. Sometimes you tend to try too hard. You just need to continue doing the basics that you've been doing. Just try and hold that off-stump line.
So let's see if he's going to get it right this time. Get it closer, swing it away. Trying a little bit too hard this time, going down the leg side. And immediately after the 5th round of this 4-day championship, this is the 3rd, there are 2 more rounds to go. From the 19th of April, we're having the Team Headley versus West Indies Academy. And then the second match is from Wednesday, the 26th of April, Team Weeks versus West Indies Academy. That's a very, very good delivery, but good judgment shown here by Gordon. And then on the 3rd of May, that 4-day game starts. Team Headley against Team Weeks. All matches will be played in Antigua. So in addition to the 5 rounds, we are having 3 further rounds with the best selected among all taking part and an academy team. So we have just updated you with what to expect in 4-day cricket in the Caribbean, red ball cricket. Much better delivery, 24 overs gone, still 98 for the loss of 8, a maiden sent down.
Yeah, not a good over from Ryan John. Probably just guilty of going a little too wide. So, the number 10. But at the end of the day, when you're trying hard, things will happen. And I think that's what is happening to you. You just need to go back to the basics. Hold that off-stump line that he's been bowling for most of the day yesterday and in this first over to try and get rid of these 2 players as quickly as possible. I'm sure Athenaeus out there will be saying, come on, let's hold our line. Let's try and keep things fairly tight and get rid of these 2 wickets as quickly as possible.
So 2 consecutive maidens to start day number 2. That was a very good delivery by Greaves. Getting some good swing outside the line of the off stump. If he continues like this, Justin Greaves can very well be a very handy bowler in English conditions, Clyde.
Well, I hear that a lot these days. But I tell you what, it's not the same as it used to be. Those English pitches are not what it used to be. And I don't know, I'm not sure about what happens internationally now, medium pacers.
So,
you know, England years ago used to have a lot of these medium pacers, the Chris Hole, the Mike Hendricks, and so on. I don't think that that's a thing of modern day anymore. You have to bowl with some pace.
So hello to you in Jamaica and the Windward Islands. A battle going out in the middle. Jamaica Scorpions need some inspiration with Mindley and Gordon out in the middle. Struggling at 98 for the loss of 8. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. Lovely delivery.
Too good for number 10. Too good. He needs to keep them for the second innings for the top order.
That's reggae country, Jamaica. You like reggae, Clyde?
Of course.
Are you a Bob Marley man?
Of course. Bob Marley, Gregory Isaacs, and those guys, those are my type of music.
Yes, we love them. Even as little boys growing up, you know, we listened to Bob Marley. We always love his songs, his rhythm, and most importantly, his messages through songs. It's a pity that he died at such a tender age. I think it was somewhere around 33. Land of George Headley as well. He was known as the Atlas when he played. He carried the burden of West Indies cricket on his back in that period.
He certainly did, and you look at his record, he's got a fantastic record.
This time pitched up. So here we're seeing a fast bowler thinking. He's just not only bowling every delivery, swinging away outside the line of the off stump. That was dead straight, but played well by Mindley.
What you're seeing as well is that the ball is actually carrying a little much better in this innings, or this second day, than we saw early yesterday. You're seeing the ball actually carrying with some bounce and pace to the wicketkeeper. Yes, the Windward Islands bowlers are a little taller than the Jamaican bowlers. But still, you can see it. There is that little bit more carry and a little bit more bounce in the pitch right now.
25 overs gone, and the score has moved on. In fact, has not moved on. It's still 98 for the loss of 8. 3 consecutive maidens to start. 4? That's right, 4 maidens.
Both bowlers has bowled 2 overs.
Yes.
So 4 overs, and they've been very tight, very mean, not giving away anything.
And they should not be worried at all that they aren't scoring runs. Just spend a little bit more time out in the middle. And it could be a combination of factors that the pitch is just beginning to play a little bit more true as far as the bounce is concerned. Whatever moisture there yesterday with the sunshine it has been exposed to certainly would have dried up. And John trying for the little extra pace there, but was going down the leg side. And yes, Clyde did mention different kinds of fast bowlers, a little bit more tall guys, hits the deck a little bit more hard, and getting some results too. Like the look of Ryan John, just ensuring that he gets the ball as close as possible to the wicket here to make the batters play.
Yes, I like the look of him. Probably needs to put on a couple more yards as well. I think he is a big, strong young man. You would love to see him put on a couple more yards.
Clyde, I want you to look at him. Is he slowing down when he reaches that crease?
No, I actually don't think. I don't think so. I think he runs through nicely.
Yes, there's some stuttering steps there, and
it's probably at the start, but he comes through nicely.
He's a tall boy, well built, looks a fast bowler. So,
These big guys. I love to see them. That when you get these guys, they're not going to be expressed because they're big fella. They're 90s and upwards consistent. So you can get them between that 85 or not.
yes, that extra pace is something that is needed because good batters are going to pick you out if you continue to bowl below that. You're not going to be effective when you reach those good or very good or the excellent ones. You can't take a batter in. With the added pace and with their ability to move the ball, they can be very effective.
Mind you, they have been good bowlers at 80.
Yes.
When you think about it, like Jason.
Exactly.
Those are exceptional bowlers.
John came back a little. So he's showing us he's not only moving them away. 26 overs gone, 98 for the loss of 8, 5 consecutive maidens. More from you, Clyde, and you'll be joined by Naim Chan.
Yeah, 5 consecutive maidens. That's good, accurate bowling, not giving the batsmen any sort of room to play cut shots or not bowling half volleys. And when you're bowling to low order batsmen, sometimes you have to take that chance to look for the Yorker to try and get them out and rather than just to be there and thereabouts, because what you don't want to happen is for them, the two of them to stick in for a little while and then all of a sudden they start scoring. Morning to you, Naim Chan, and trust you've had a good night's rest.
Very long night's rest, solid. So I'm up and bouncing. Lots of maidens this morning. And it's a very calm morning. The sunshine is not necessarily streaming down in all its glory, kind of a hazy atmosphere. But it's a breezier morning, so to speak, because I'm looking at the flannels of the players' shirts and it's just like flopping away, and that gives you an indication that it's a nice, pleasant breeze coming across the National Stadium. So nice conditions, just that we've seen so many wickets fall between yesterday, the first day, and early this morning. I can't recall the last time I've witnessed so many consecutive maidens being delivered by a bowling side. This is pretty strange. But what they're trying to do now possibly was their task a bit earlier in the innings, the Scorpion. Well, Clyde, I don't think there was anything so devilish in this pitch that would account for some 18 wickets falling in just over a day.
I certainly don't think so. I think what happened yesterday afternoon with the new ball, the Windward Islands Volcanoes got the ball to swing a little, especially Greaves, and that I think caused some trouble to the Jamaican batters. Yeah, and that's the thing, again, every time we have seen West Indian batters with where the ball starts to move around, we are in some trouble. So, something we've got to work on.
And I guess from country to country will vary more. I mean, internationally I'm talking about. There are bowlers from different countries that would use swing far more than others.
Continue to bowl tight. Another maiden. What we haven't seen, and I'm still waiting to see a genuine short pitch delivery on this pitch. I haven't seen that from any of the bowlers. I think yesterday, Lewis tried one shot. Didn't really get up that high. It was more or less mid-riff and was put away. But we haven't seen any real short pitch delivery in this game so far. And if you got a number 9 and 10 out in the middle, you must test it. The mud at some time, as the fast bowlers would say.
New over, Ryan John, steaming in from the northern end of the ground. He's been relatively wayward over the last 2 overs or so. He's been going down the leg side a few times, then a little wide outside the off stump. But you can appreciate if it's outside the off stump, because you've got a slip cordon standing by. But going down the leg side is a disappointment not only to his captain but himself. And at this stage of the morning's play, exhaustion should not be a main issue with the bowlers. He's fresh, probably loosening up. So I'll expect that he's going to get as straight as possible, clean up the Scorpion side.
These two batsmen have defended well when the ball is actually straight on the stop. They have certainly defended well. Haven't been able to get off the mark. 2 of them, one have faced 16 and one 18 deliveries. They've defended well when the ball is straight. But you wonder where the next runs will come from.
Very peculiar start this morning that we mentioned we have not seen for such a long time. But Dorval Green being the man out this morning, but there's been no addition to the score. This by itself could be heading for a little record here in first-class cricket. They'll break the jinx now as it runs towards the third-man boundary. That's been crossed for 2. But this ground, the National Stadium, is in impeccable state. It's very, very smooth and even and very, very fast. Saving apart too, it's almost entirely green. That brings up the 100, the last couple of runs they picked up. I guess you've been in situations like this where you keep bowling to a number 9, number 10 batsman and you keep going and they're not getting out by hook or crook, whether they have the ability or not, but they keep holding up progress on the bowling side. It can be a bit aggravating, I guess.
No ball signal by the umpire. John just overstepping. The thing with this is, though, is that you're not scoring, so you're not really bothering the field. Field inside will be saying, well, they're not scoring, we're happy to bowl fairly tight. A wicket is going to come sooner rather than later. And they're not that worried because there's a lot of time in this game. And if you're not going to be scoring, you're not getting close to your opponent's score team, field inside would be happy. Well, that was probably the first short ball we've seen that for a long time. Or maybe in this game, batsmen really just getting out of it. So good to see at least John deciding he's going to test the pitch.
So if you're just joining us online, just to recap for you, the Windwards won the toss yesterday and decided that they're going to take first strike. They started off very badly, losing 3 quick wickets in their 40s until a very solid knock from the captain himself, Athenaeus Greaves. He got to 81, 50 from Greaves, and that brought the recovery to 217 all out. But the amazing fact is that the Jamaican Scorpions took to the crease and went to bed last night at 98 for the loss of, 7? So total of 17 wickets tumbling on the first day. Big shout he's given out there. Mindley's prodding forward, half-cocked like. And that's 5 wickets there for the... But let's look at this replay. Kind of a half-cock pushing forward.
Again, when you're batting, you're not scoring, you get out. You're nowhere closer to the score. So that was a delivery that was pitched up. It actually looked like it swung back a little to me, straightened up nicely. He was playing with both feet down the pitch, missed the ball completely, and that would have hit middle stump halfway up. There's no doubt in the umpire's mind that that was out. So Jamaica has batted what? Some 7.2 overs this morning. They've scored 3 runs, 2 off the bat, 1 no ball, and they've lost 2 wickets. They're still 116 behind.
A notable thing here is that Greaves has been bowling, well, extremely straight because he's picked up Mansing LBW. He picked up Thomas LBW. Now we see Merchant, LBW, and Mindley, LBW, all going via the LBW route. That's 4-1, 5 wickets.
You know, I say he's been bowling relatively straight, but what he has done is bowl out swingers and then bowls the ball coming back in straight. That's how you tend to stick batsmen up, because you want them to play thinking that the ball is going to outswing, and then when you get that ball coming back into them, it's hard to play.
That's the end. Pushing back there in the air, Greaves takes the catch. So he has picked up his 6th wicket, and the Scorpions responding to 217, 109. They're all gone, coming back to the pavilion. This was not a great reply. I was coming up the stairs early this morning, and I saw Travis Dowling. I was telling him that 17 wickets fell. He was asking me, what was so bad? Was it the pitch? So I said, yeah, he's going to come up. My judgment is the pitch was pretty even, but we'd have Clyde Butts. Clyde was still an even Steven pitch. It's just that the application was not there on the part of the Scorpions.
When you bowl it for 101 on a pitch that I don't think has any devil, yes, Greaves, 6 to 34, has swung the ball more outswing than not, and has bowled fairly straight and has bowled well, been consistent with the areas he has bowled, but the batting has left a lot to be desired. I don't think they're batters well as they're capable of, and hence we've seen those dismissals and being bowled out for 101. Certainly not what the doctor would have ordered for the Jamaican Scorpions, and they're 116 behind. That's a lot.
Well, I think it would be redundant to ask you what will be going through the minds of the Windward side, but I guess it is a get in there. You have a lot of time, 2 days and 3/4 to go, so why not just have a long innings and bat as long as possible, build up a tremendous lead correction, and just have a go at the Jamaican Scorpions. So that's a story. 217, the Windwards Volcanoes. Now the Scorpions responding with a paltry 101 all out. So we're going to be back with you in a while. For now, it's goodbye. So welcome back to the National Stadium. A lead of 116. So the Jamaican Scorpions, they've got their work cut out. They've got a long journey here, and it'll be interesting to see how the Windward Scorpions approach this. So they have, I think, Jeremiah out there, Johan Jeremiah. He's going to be taking strike, and Gordon. Robinson at the non-striker's end. In fact, he's at the striker's end. Jerlani Robinson and Jeremiah, the non-striker. So it's a 116 lead, and this will depend it's very important what happens between now and lunch. And there we go. There you go, caught behind first delivery. Like before. Struck on the pad, correction. It happened so quickly. This guy was prodding forward. We'd have a look at the replay. And the first delivery, Robinson going LBW. So set back here. I don't think we got any word from Atenes. Why, there you go. He was trying to leave it outside the off stump. Came back in, struck him on the pad. The umpire had no hesitation, actually. Quickly raised his finger. So the story's unfolding before you. I was just about to elaborate or expand on the approach. What would be the approach of the Windward side? And that would have been very simple. Stay there, bat, enjoy your batting, bat until late this afternoon into tomorrow, and muster 250, 300 to give the Scorpions to go for a chase, maybe early tomorrow morning. That was not to be, as far as the start-off was concerned. And Mindley striking from the very first ball, and the Windwards buckling a little bit now. One for no runs. And really, their backs now in some bit of trouble, but they've got that lead of 116. That's going to brace them, it's going to console them, and give them something at least to work with. It's not all that bad. So we need them to patch here the disruption that was caused by Mindley. How are you, John?
Good morning, Naeem. Good morning to our viewers. I'm confused, actually, what really is happening here at Providence with all these wickets tumbling on a good track. Bad judgment being shown by Jelani Robinson. And I was kind of surprised that he is on playing this match. When I saw him on tour, that surprised me. But then when I see him starting as well, did not get the type of runs I'm sure the franchise will be looking for from him. But there's also the youthful Teddy Bishop on the bench. Did not play in any of the matches so far. And Robinson continues to carry a string of low scores, but is still playing. I was surprised. And then look at that first ball that he got, a good delivery, and opting not to play a shot. Forced runs for the Volcanoes in their second innings. Hodge is off the mark. But it's just a second morning, Naeem, and we've already seen 2 completed innings at Providence.
2 and a coup. Yeah.
2 and a
That's in Guyanese parlance for those people who are listening to us outside of our country from Guyana.
So that's why I said I'm confused, because there's no devils in this track at all. It's a hard pitch, grass rolling in to keep it together. Live grass, that is.
I think it's the color of the ball. Because red ball cricket is creating and wreaking havoc around the world, even more so in the West Indies. Everyone wants to play with the white ball. New batsman is Hodge. So how is it that Jeremiah was, Hodge was taking the first strike? But this morning I was coming up, John, to the commentary box. I bumped into Travis Dowling, and we had a great bit of laughter.
As usual.
And then when we settled down, I told him about 17 wickets falling on the first day. And he was asking me, in my opinion, what was the problem. So I said it could be the color of the ball because the pitch has, it's not a devil's advocate, so to speak. So it was just a matter of application. Clydebot cited that yesterday afternoon, the Windwards were getting the ball to swing a little bit. That caused some problems.
There's no gully because there's no bounce. Appeal again. Umpire Panwari says not out this time. Hodge jumping on the back foot. The ball was slightly short from Marquino Mindley, unlike the one he got the first wicket with, the first delivery of this innings. And I think height might have been the issue there with Kavim Hodge. But I was saying no gully because no short balls are being bowled because the pitch is not giving you that bounce. Therefore, Marquino Mindley pitching up nicely and rightly so. You see that ball coming back into Hodge but hitting him a bit high. But Robinson opted to leave alone, realizing, well, he should have known that he will not get a short ball. Nobody in this match is prepared to bowl short balls because it's what is called tennis ball bounce, not dangerous bounce. Front foot is the order of the game in this game.
Mindley and Gordon were particularly impressive first time round. And then Greaves, apart from his 50, picked up 6 wickets bowling for the Scorpions a while ago. That's a very slow delivery, held back somewhat by Gordon. Just coming back to the state of the pitch, there's nothing devilish really that we're seeing. No dirty bounce. It's not been particularly keeping low, like scuttling along the ground. It has been relatively even. Clydebots was suggesting that the Windwards bowlers got it to move, and that's what confused the Jamaican Scorpions. Cut away. This will go a far way. There's no third man. Goes over the ropes now, 4 runs. Nice gentle shot, controlled. Is there any word on Atenes?
Let's look before we go to Atenes. This is a ball that was just steered wide of the slip cord where a gully fielder would be. Trusting the bounce, using the pace, and steering it nicely for a boundary. Debutant looking good. Just 3 deliveries, but already a boundary.
Well, Atenes on full-scale attack, and you can't blame him. Not the Scorpions, full-blown attack. And I would have thought if there are 3 slips, of course you wouldn't have a third man, but maybe a backward point to stop the ball that's chopped away because there's no gully. So they would go on an all-out attack, and if things get out of hand, they'd have to slack that a little bit. Nicely taken down the leg side. They need to get wickets, and the way to get wickets, it would mean to attack. Because only that is going to level up the equation a little bit. Right now, it's tilting in favor of the Windward Islands. So Greaves, for the Volcanoes, was a success story. 10.2 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 34. And Dorval Green, on the other hand, had his 5-wicket haul, bowling for the Scorpions. Right now, it's Mindley and Gordon operating. Pretty impressive in the first innings, bowling. End of the over. It's the Windwards innings. Atenes, the star. Didn't get any information on him.
What's just want to say congratulations to Justin Greaves picking up 6 wickets yesterday and today in the first innings of the Volcanoes, of the Scorpions, sorry. Bowled very well, read the conditions nicely, not trying to bowl too fast, just kept things simple. And got 6 wickets, quick single. Had to accelerate there, Kavim Hodge. But the overall batting of Jamaica Scorpions this season, 234 and 200 for 9 in their first game against the Hurricanes. Against defending champions Barbados Pride, 140 and 151. First innings here, just 101. So they started with 200 plus, then it went to 140, 150, now 101. Not getting better as the season goes on. The troubles are getting worse.
They're stepping backwards. And Rastaman don't go back, our own language in Guyana. It's always forward.
But we've seen some consistency on the other side with the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 234, 425, 294, and then 168. And in this game, 217. So getting 200 plus consistently. Just one big score, 425 for 5 declared. When Athens, that was actually when Milius got 192. He's not playing because of an injury. But Jamaica Scorpions just not batting, just not finding their way with the bat so far. Wondering what's happening with the other batters that maybe missed out on selection. Where are they? Brandon King is with the West Indies side. But Brandon King cannot do it alone. What about the others? There's no Jeremy Blackwood either. But when you're not on West Indies duties, if you're not injured, we expect that you should be playing for your franchise.
Well, I guess the senior man, Bonner, I hope to see him in a better role the next time round.
Ward out of South Africa, that first one international, West Indies against South Africa, abandoned without a ball bowled. Yeah, rain this morning in East London. So that's that. First one done and dusted. Saturday will be the second one, the international. Just a short 3-match series.
Shot there, goes towards backward point and into the boundary for 4. Nice controlled shot. He simply came forward and opened the face of the bat, guiding it. Of course, you have a wide, huge slip cordon. So he had to bisect, just get it past him. And he controlled it well. Square of the wicket, down towards backward point in the end, into the boundary for 4.
Not a bad delivery from Mindley. I think Jeremiah wanted to get that ball through the covers, maybe mid-off, but it just came off the outer part of the bat. And in fairness to him, he did not try to hit it too hard, Jeremiah. Just tried to work it through the offside. And it went down towards backward point. There's a big gap there, so he got the boundary. Every run now is going to be very important to the Windward Islands Volcanoes. That lead now 127.
And this is why the Scorpions not only need to keep the Volcanoes in check, but they also need to get wickets. That's why they're going on a full-scale attack. They've got 3 slips. Sort of a squarish cover. Down at point. There's no gully. This is turned on the onside this time. Couple of runs. So every run that's added puts Jamaica under further pressure. This is why you never want a situation like what the Scorpions have found themselves in, to be bundled out almost on the first day. And they just scraped in on the 100 mark, 101 all out. And Hodge made one in the first innings, so let's see what he does in the second. So Atenay is the captain and the boys. I think what they would try to do is they must keep their wicket intact, that's one. But at the same time, it's very important to have the scoreboard nicking and ticking, even if it's by singles. You already have that lead. So it's just adding to it all the while. 116 lead. So it's now 129. So all the conditions and circumstances are much in the favor of the Volcanoes. It's whether they can take advantage of that. Keep building at a minimum 250 to ask the Scorpions to go after it. Might want to bat the entire day, perhaps come out for half an hour tomorrow morning if they do not get to 300 by this afternoon, or if they do not get bowled out. But once they're in there, they would want to give a surprise element or an element of surprise to the Scorpions an hour before close of play if you've accumulated enough runs.
I love the red ball challenges that come with these games. You really have to be thinking when you're in these longer formats matches. It's not straightforward. Not a total is there, chase it down, or having the opportunity to bat first, go set a big target in a few overs. No, 4-day you really have to be playing mind games. It's a battle of attrition sometimes. A little bit of cloud cover this morning, so you may find that the ball may be moving around in the air a little bit more. As Marquino Minley continues, this one is cut away nicely, but his protection now in Mansing, right back on the boundary at cover point. So batters must be able to read the conditions as we welcome back Inderjeet. Not just about trying to go and get runs as quick as possible. It's about trying to wear down the oppositions, about trying to read the conditions to find out where the scoring opportunities are, which are the bowlers you will target as well. New ball bowlers are not necessarily the easiest, so you just want to be a bit more cautious. So it's a mind game in the longer format. Inderjeet.
Yes, hello to you once again, John, and I agree with you totally. The 4-day format, Test cricket. Every single batter in different positions, they have special roles to play. The opening batters, they go out in the middle. What is their job? Their job is to, first of all, blunt the bowling, play every ball on its merit, lay the foundation for the number 3 and number 4 to follow. And any team that laps in that role, you will put the pressure back on your team, because it's like having a number 3 and a number 4 coming in to open the batting. They're not accustomed to see that kind of sheen on the ball. So it simply means that the opening batters, they must lay that foundation. And we haven't seen that. I mean, it's just not the 101 that Jamaica made, but they were bowled out inside 29 overs. And that is not good enough. They put the pressure on themselves, because technically you're looking at 15 for 1. You add that 15 to the 116 lead, and then you'll see that the Windwards Volcanoes, they're in a very good position. So Minley, he started well off the first delivery in this innings, picking up a wicket.
And that's another thing about Minley. Always nagging away. He's been very consistent over the years, not trying to bowl too fast. He's quick. I remember when he was with the Barbados Pride for a few seasons. There he was as well. And he maintained a position in that side for the time he was across to that with that franchise. Coming back to his home franchise now, continuing to look very good. He as well will be looking to maintain his consistency to prize out wickets. There's always that mind game.
Well bowled, John. Beautiful delivery, and he is just peppering just outside the line of the off stump. 5 overs gone, 15 for the loss of 1.
Creating the angle now by just coming around the wicket to the left-handed Jeremiah. Comprehensively beaten. A bit of pace. And like I said, with the cloud cover we have today here at Providence, you can get some movement in the air with these fast bowlers. This is good stuff. And with both sides playing 3 spinners, I think they read the conditions a bit wrong at Providence. No longer favoring spin. Seamers will have their way because of that live grass as their little grip. They'll have lots of lateral movement, nice bounce and carry.
Look at that one. Just coming back from outside the line of the off stump. Well bowled once again by Gordon. And John, you look at the opening bowlers. They aren't tear-away fast bowlers, but they are doing a thing or two with the ball, making use of the conditions out in the middle. They want to ensure that they get not only an early breakthrough, but to make further inroads if Jamaica's going to pull themselves back in this game. Nicely tucked around the corner there for a single. So a partnership must develop, and it must develop between these two if they're going to take advantage of that 116 lead. A great day for cricket here at the National Stadium. Not the kind of day where the sunshine is blazing down in all its glory and you're void of any wind. Little bit of wind drifting across, hazy conditions, and I think the Met Office has gotten this absolutely right. They mention about hazy conditions, not too much rain. We haven't seen any rain whatsoever. Good back foot drive, just opening the face. And will certainly go back and complete the 2. Calculated shot, played well on the back foot there. Jeremiah, he looks such a different player here. Early days to his career. And that's a second short ball we have seen for the match, and was a good short delivery, well handled by Johan Jeremiah. Testing delivery after pitching up a few. So it simply means that Jeremiah is very alert. Look at that one. That was aimed for the head. Just going around, pulling the shoulder down. Beautiful delivery.
Excellent bowling from Gordon. Gives you 110% every time. Bat and pad. We bat first. Both of these batsmen missed out in the first innings in the Jeet. Hodge in the earlier round number 1, got out without scoring in the first innings against the Red Force, but came back in the second innings with 80. So he'll be looking to get a good score as well for his side. Missing out in the first innings here. And the debutant, 11 in the first innings. He too will want to get some runs going into the next round. See the continuation of some work on the far side as the Amazonia Mall in the distance.
Lots of investment in Guyana, John, and around the stadium is no exception. We are seeing roads, we are seeing buildings going up, hotels and malls. Augurs well for the economy of Guyana.
Then the beautification of the landscape as well. It's nice to look out and see some beautiful buildings. That man on your picture, Mansing, will have a role to play a bit later on with ball. You saw him, just glimpses of him in the first innings. Has control. I think when he comes into the attack, he'll be asking questions of the Volcanoes batters. But for now, Mindley and Nicholson Gordon, they're doing very well with this new ball.
Yes, good start to this innings by Jamaica. Came out with a lot of purpose. They just added 3 runs today because overnight, 98 for the loss of 7. They were sent packing today for that meager first innings total of 101. They know that they have a job to do. The mindset should be on that. And Skipper Palmer, he's going to be seriously tested now. What are the strategies he's going to use? How he can get the best out of his bowlers. But he's been very aggressive, and that's good to see. Because far too often, sometimes, when you see that your side is behind by 116 runs, you can tend to drop the shoulders and feel you're out of it. You came out, you've gotten the first thing you want, an early wicket off the first ball. That's added incentive to raise your energy level. And Jamaica, over the years, they are known for their fighting spirit. They're never going to let their heads drop, like we have seen here so far this morning. They have a rich history to draw inspiration from. From the days of the Maroons, when they fought for their freedom from the top of the mountains. Since then, the Blue Mountains and Trelawney. Oh, outside the line of the off stump, beaten and bowled. The off-stick knockback, that was beautifully bowled by Marquino Mindley.
Exceptional bowling again from the right arm medium fast bowler. Coming round the wicket, like I said, trying to get that ball as close as possible to stumps. And there we see Jeremiah playing down the wrong line. Quite similar to what we saw with Robinson, but this time comprehensively beaten and bowled. He played a shot, he went at it, but that ball came back sharply and he lost his wicket. Looked a bit comical in the end, but good wicket again for Marquino Mindley. 2 wickets to him. And the Volcanoes in their second innings rocked back.
Yes, John, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Jamaicans. They have now disposed of both openers, so they have done the early work. And you have to be patient. And the strategy work that Palmer and his bowler Mindley unleash on the Windward Volcanoes. Recall in one of the overs, they had sent on a short lifting delivery, but he persevered outside the line of the off stump, close enough. Give him a little bit to wide one if he's going to go for the slash. Slips will come into the reckoning. And then he got one right on target, going through the defense. And he's a goner. Some trouble here now for the Windwards Volcanoes. And there are times, John, getting back to that lead of 116, you can feel that you're on top. If you become complacent, then you can find yourself on the back foot as Alec Athanaze comes out in the middle. And it is left now to see how the skipper will shoulder those responsibilities.
And if you're looking for someone that can add stability and give you runs, the captain is here himself. He's the best man for the job. We've seen him with the stats, the numbers to prove that he is the man for the job. Successful over again for Mindley. He has 2 for 8 so far. Volcanoes 19 for 2.
So Jamaica fighting back, good to see. And certainly there's a pep in their step. If, let's say, they can keep the Windwards Volcanoes in this innings down below maybe a 120 or even a 110, they will consider themselves with a great chance of winning this match, but their batting will have to come good. Off the back foot, taken on the up, and slapped it through the offside field. A little bit of footwork done there. Kaveen Hodge.
We're yet to see the five wicket haul man this second innings, Orville Green. You just saw him on your picture there doing some football. Reggae Boys style, part of Jamaica. Yeah, so we will see him as well coming into the attack. So when you think Mindley and Gordon, the new ball is going to be a handful, there's still Orville Green to come.
Yes, and I think the strategy here by Palmer is to ensure that some sheen is taken off the ball because Derval Green preferred to bowl with the ball a few overs old. Nicely flicked off the front foot there, and that's gone through the backward square and away to the boundary for 4. Fine shot, great timing by Alec Athanaze, and he continues to impress. Good start to this innings.
What I like about Hatton is the way he approaches his innings. Do not try to play too many shots too early. He plays the ball on the merit. And that one was just on the line of his leg stump and just try to just nibble it. And he got enough onto it to get it fine enough to get off the mark. He is really one for the future.
He's making early movement, it tells that he's judging the line of the bowler very well. And good feet movement, he's very nimble at the wicket there. And seems to have a lot of time to play his shots. Has a good stance at the wicket. And they say when you're defending, you get everything behind the line of the delivery. And this is exactly what Alec Athanaze is doing. Not afraid. I like to see a few short deliveries, even just to remind Athanaze that I am a fast bowler and you have to protect your body. That is what fast bowlers do. They create a sense of physical damage in the mind of the batter. Well, he was looking to try one there, short. Didn't have the pace. Didn't hit the pitch too hard. No worries for Athanaze. Good fast bowling, John, will have the batter thinking 3 things, and those 3 things must be prioritized. 1 is to first protect yourself. Secondly is to protect your wicket. And third, look to score runs. That's how you prioritize them. The over has been completed, 26 for the loss of 2. Well, John Ramsing has departed. He has gone for some coffee. And Clyde Butts has just returned to the commentary box. Always good to have Clydie with us. 26 for the loss of 2, 8 overs gone. Jamaica fighting back. Hello, Clydie.
Yes, they are. And again, the story continues. The bowling is on top, especially the seam bowlers who have bowled well on this pitch. kept things fairly tight. They're bowling good areas, and they've got their rewards.
Yes, can't take anything away from the Jamaicans. They have done a very good job. They ran in, they bowl. It's the batting that continues to plague Caribbean cricket. I feel that we have some good medium-fast bowlers, that we can continue to work with. Our batting has not been clicking. We have not been able to put together a string of collective performance, and that should be a concern.
Big concern, not just a concern, a big concern. You look at us in South Africa, I thought our bowlers did reasonable. That's a nice carry to the wicketkeeper, that one. But just outside the off, some carrying nicely through to the wicketkeeper. You look at us just concluding 2 test matches in South Africa. I thought our bowling did reasonable, but the batters left a lot to be desired. And again, it comes back to the situation where the ball does a little bit more than probably we get in the Caribbean, and we are unable to bat. And, I think the word has gone around that the pitches has to be improved in terms of a little bit more seamer friendly, so our batsmen can be able to adapt and play on those pitches. It's time we stop playing on those flat pitches where the ball doesn't do a lot, and get back to the stage where we used to have when you go to Barbados, you know what you were getting. You go to Jamaica, you know what the bounce was going to be like. You go to Antigua, and you know what you were getting, and so on. To a place named Anguilla. And then you know that you ain't getting no drives for the day. So, and when you get to Guyana and Trinidad, there were batting paradises. Border was a batting paradise, but if you could bowl, you could still get something. Trinidad in the first day, seamers got what they deserve, and then you have to be able to play spin as well. So it was a variety of pitches in the region. But the pitches in the region all got similar, and that, I think, has helped our cricket struggle and go deeper into the wilderness. St. Lucia, I forgot to tell you, that's a pitch that I think is probably ideal for our conditions in terms of cricket. There, I've been able to prepare some pitches with some bounce and pace, and Guyana of late has improved with their pitches. We've had some good bounce, some good pace here. So, Barbados used to be the place, but I don't think it is anymore. I am not saying that they've gone backwards, but it just need to have that sort of pace and bounce. And it goes down. It doesn't stop at regional level. It has to go down to club cricket and the cricket that we are playing throughout.
26 for the loss of 2, and that's the reason why when our batters face bouncy pitches, you have tall, very good, exceptional fast bowling, we are going to struggle. Gone are the days when our batsmen preferred fast bowling other than spin. We played calypso cricket. That was the talk of the town. It's a turnaround now that we are seeing. Something has to be done. I know some efforts were made to get curators. There were people visiting different pitches and so on. But this is something we must correct. Because if you aren't getting the kind of bounce to practice on and play competitive cricket in the region, the question must be asked, when you go to hard pitches in Australia and in South Africa, how do our batters fare then? So we must ensure that we create the conditions for them here. That's flicked away, and it eludes the fielder down at the short backward square position and has gone away for a boundary. Got it on the toe of the bat, but made good connection.
Windwards must have done some sort of a homework, because immediately Green has come into the attack. They've got a leg slip, or if you want to say a leg gully, and he flicked that ball just to the right of that fielder. So they must know something. They must have seen something. If you're going to set a field like that, Green is coming to the attack, and immediately you've got that leg slip. Is either you're going to bowl fairly straight and let him try to work the ball off the pads, and thinking that the ball would go down to legs in that leg slip area.
And Derval Green, just a little bit slow that time, holding back the pace. excellent figures in the first innings. He led the fight, Dorval Green, picking up 5 for 30. Best ever first class figures in an innings. And certainly looked the part. So he's drawing, that's Palmer drawing from the experience now of Dorval Green. And you're right, Clyde. Something they have seen in the batting of Athenaeus. And that is what Green is trying to do. He's trying to get the ball to move away down the leg side and hoping that he flicks and get one in the air in that direction. But this time he's playing in front of square.
I don't know if it's going to work because it's a pitch that hasn't got that sort of a lot of bounce and pace. With that man, like a good 10 meters or so from the back, you will have to see if that ball will carry in that direction. But then again, you cut and mid-on and fine leg. So I think that mid-wicket actually is supposed to be straighter if you're going to hold that straight. It's supposed to be squarer, sorry. Squarer just around where the umpire would be standing.
That in itself can prevent them from getting the runs. We just saw 2 deliveries ago, Athenaeus scoring through that area.
Calvin Hodge is a capable batsman as well. Has been around for a little while. I think he's capable. He settles in. He can give them some trouble. And I'm guessing that they're thinking the Windwards, Volcanoes, the Calvin Hodge, Athenaeus. If these two can roll out, they will be a good score.
Yes, occupation of the crease is the thing that should be foremost on the minds of the batters. That's played lovely off the back foot, opens the face and gets it down towards white third man for a boundary.
And I'm saying that the pace that Green bowls, he needs the balls fairly straight, ensure that the batsmen look to play up in front of them. I think when you give width with a pitch not really bouncing, easier to score. I think in the first innings he bowled fairly straight and he had most of the batsmen in some trouble, just back pitch and straight.
So 35 for the loss of 2. Kavim Hodge, he has gone on to 14. Has been patient since he's out in the middle of 25 balls. Alec Athenaeus too looking to build an innings, and this partnership is surely going to put some worries back on Jamaica. But they have picked up those 2 early wickets, and the best they can do is to be consistent. You do not want to give them too many scoring opportunities. Oh, off the back foot there. Looking for the expansive offside shot by Alec Athenaeus. Lucky to have not gotten an edge glide.
Definitely so, because that was a little too wide of the off stump and he was looking to hit that probably through extra cover. Didn't get an edge, but it carried nicely through to the wicket keeper.
So if you have just joined the broadcast, let me inform you that today is the second day in this regional Cricket West Indies 4-day championship match. Windwards Volcanoes against Jamaica Scorpions. The Scorpions today were bowled out for 101. Driven away through the covers. That's brilliance written all over it. Gorgeous cover drive. He gets the boundary.
Well, when you get a half volley, you put it away. And that's what the young man, Athenaeus, did there. That was a full ball, a little wide, but he got the right foot out to the pitch of the delivery and stroked it nicely through extra cover, 4 runs. Very straight bat indeed.
Yeah, and in some circles they tell you, Clyde, that is like sleeping on silk. It was so smooth.
I wouldn't know.
I love the way he's driving here. He isn't losing his balance. Well balanced, getting to the pitch of the deliveries, and he's playing his shots. They're coming off the meat of the bat. This tells this youngster is in some form.
Yes, and if you're a bowler, you wouldn't want to see him play those shots. I think you have to bowl that just that back of the length. When he bowled the short delivery, he was looking to punch through the offside and miss. And you would have thought that would have given the bowler a little inspiration. That's where I need to bowl, not to give him any drive. As some bowlers, some fast bowler would say, if you want to drive, you best buy a car. I mean, you bowl the ball back, then you probably pitch it up and carry it a little wide.
You mean buy a driver's license? So now we're seeing the two slips and a gully. There's no third slip.
Well, he's put that man at short extra cover, obviously thinking, well, he's driving. If I put that, anything goes in the air there, he can have a catch.
And this was Ford pitched up, breaching that bowling crease there and penalized by the umpire too. And Mindley is just looking, seeking there. The umpire is just showing him. Take some dust and rub it in the hand. That's to avoid a little perspiration.
Mendy's getting very close to the wide line as well. He's going very close to that wide line as well. So you have to be very careful. You don't want to get a wicket with a no ball.
No, doing all the hard work and then you contribute to that. You don't want it at all. Wow, that kept low and it was pretty close. But he covered that one well outside the line of the off stump. Good judgment.
Very good judgment. And I see what Minley is trying to do here. He's putting that extra cover and he's saying to Artanes, you want to drive? You drive. I've put my man catching that short extra cover. So if you want to drive, continue. I'll bowl you outside that off stump. I'm bowling from very wide of the crease and getting the ball to shape back into the left hander. And plus, you can easily get an inside edge.
Nicely fielded down at point. And this is what you want to see, Clyde. You want to see our skipper think. You want to see he communicate with the fast bowler, derive a strategy, and you work towards that. And I think Mindley has been very patient, was driven through the covers for 4. He hasn't failed. Like Clyde said, they made the adjustment in the field. In the air, is he dropped down at that backward point position? It's going to run close towards the boundary and will get there now for 4. There was a dive down at backward point and might have very well touched the hand of the leaping fielder. We shall see on the replay.
I think it definitely did when you see how the ball went into the boundary. Again, that ball pitched up this time a little wider and it went high, just above shoulder height or a little higher, and he was going up, was unable to hold on to it. That should have been a catch, actually, because look at where he's playing from. Yes, just went just above the head.
Should have taken that one.
Taken that catch.
Yes, because he seemed to get the body in good position. He had the 2 palm of the hands going for it. That's badly missed. And Mindley will feel undone there and giving up all the hard work. 11 overs gone, 45 for 2. More from you, Clyde, and you'll be joined by Naim Chan.
And as a bowler, when things come to plan, you plan this, you're bowling outside that off stump, inviting the batsman to look to drive you. I mean, it works, and then you don't take your half chance. That's certainly putting a lot of pressure on the bowler. And the captain, of course. And I think they will be thinking, well, our plan actually worked, but the catch wasn't taken. And as the players are going to get some refreshment, I say good day to you, Naim. Certainly a very nice partnership building here by Ateneas and the other batsmen, they're certainly looking to bat for a long time. They're scoring, which is putting a little bit more pressure on the Jamaican Scorpions when you think that you've got a lead as well of 100 plus runs and you've got 45 for 2. That's pressure on the Jamaica Scorpions.
Plenty of pressure. But I've made a note. I don't trust the ability of Atenes from a Scorpions point of view. And I've made a note here that he was dropped at 13, and I'll wait to see how much the Scorpions might regret that. The fielder who was at backward point, the catch may have appeared as though it was over his head, although the two hands reached it, but he was crouching. That means if he was responding in time, it would have been chest height perhaps. So I think it took a while to get off the mark to respond to the catch. And so it ended up a bit high for him, though it went to his two hands. It's a drop catch. And it's something that, as you said, it should have been taken. And it's something I want to believe that the Scorpions might just regret. But it's amazing looking at young Atenes. He impresses me so much. His timing for his body weight and for his size. It's amazing how fast he gets into position, that's one. Well, he's pretty nimble. But the other thing is his super timing. The ball races off the bat as he caresses it. Look at the last drive through the covers that Indrajit was describing. He's literally racing to the ground and he's picking the gap. I simply would like to wish him a super future. As I said yesterday, I'd like to see him come up against some very, very good bowling, world-class bowling, and I hope that he will be able to stand up to that, counter it. But all sorts of things are going through my mind when I'm looking at him bat. I remember Roy Fredericks to a great extent. This guy is just a quarter pint in size. So the ideal situation, I think, for the Volcanoes, as you said, they would want to bat on. If they can get to 300 runs and get there this afternoon, if it happens, I'm very sure we'll see a declaration quite possibly before close of play to give the element of surprise to the Scorpions.
Declaration today? You still got 2 games, 2 days to go? What are you talking about?
Oh, yes. Sorry, tomorrow I'm talking about. And, but you must muster that 300 mark. Must get to 300.
I think the first thing is that the Windward Islands would want to try and bat out the day. They want to try and bat for as long as possible, so they continue to score, continue to rotate the strike, and get themselves a really handy lead.
Nice shot down the leg side. Hodge, who made 1 in the first innings, and of course we couldn't have seen his ability in such a short innings. He's come back on the second innings and he's looking very, very solid here. 18 of 26 balls. Yeah, so the ideal thing is seeing today out. That's if they can, of course. Trifle short. That's what I want to see from batsmen 1 to 4. If someone is short, you have to have that ability to put him away. If he overpitches, you must be able to drive through the covers, through the onside, and you know that you're a cut above the rest. Once again for Hodge, they're going to go back for a 3rd run. So the ideal thing is to muster, get a good lead.
Dorval Green is coming this innings and has not bowled the same sort of length and line that he bowled in the first inning. I think he's trying to be a little too aggressive. It's a pitch where we've seen if you bowl in good areas, there's a little there for you, but if you try to be aggressive and bowl short deliveries are just standing up to be put away. and he needs to hold that length and line that we know he's capable of bowling.
I get the impression with Green that he puts a lot into his game. He exerts a lot of energy. This is going to be retrieved. But it's the ease that this youngster moves in motion. I was talking about Athenaeus there. Hodge is on strike. It's good to see Hodge, who I said made one in the first innings, can come back to support his captain on his side and build a mammoth lead. The bigger, the better. That's the beauty with red ball cricket and 4 and 5 day game, Clyde. It can appear to be your way now. A few wickets fall, the equation changes, you fight back, and the pendulum swings from side to side. That's the beauty of test match cricket, or I say red ball cricket.
I have to say red ball and pink ball.
Close,
cricket,
agreed.
because
Close,
there's pink ball test matches and pink ball first class games these days as well. So.
Seen one particular shot from Hodge, which he's dispatched 4 down the leg side. But apart from that, he's not as free and as flowing as Athenaeus. It's more tentative, a little more on the crude side, so to speak, as far as technique is concerned. But Athenaeus he's flowing. It's poetry to look at him. It's the end of the over. So the lead is building up and appreciably and very consistently. And the Windwards must realize, as I think they do, that every single puts an inch more of pressure on the Scorpions. Nice scenery around the National Stadium. Yesterday I was describing it. I'm seeing 3 flags. I think yesterday I saw 2. I'm seeing the Guyana flag appearing as the host country. But the sunshine, which was coming out over the past 2 weeks or so, has been having an adverse effect even on the vegetation. 2 weeks ago, the grass was much greener here at the National Stadium. You're seeing just 1 or 2 patches of rust color. Other than that, the stadium is in immaculate condition, and particularly the sward I'm referring to. So we're going to see a change, Clyde, from the pace or the faster bowlers to spin. I think Palmer wants to have some variety because he's looking desperately for another wicket. He knows if he picks up a wicket here, it can do well for his game plan. There goes the forward short leg. So as far as possible, Palmer wants to keep the aggression. He must have an element of attack. That's how he's going to get a wicket. He can't overdo it too because the lead is building. That's the intrigue of the game. Marchant not a prodigious spinner of the ball. That's 4 runs. Backward square, short. Innocuous delivery from Marchant, dispatched with savage brutality down to backward square.
That was really a long hop. It was put away nicely by Hodge. I think Jamaica here now must be thinking, look, we've got to try and string some overs together. We've got to try and pull this scoring rate back. Right? When a team is scoring at 4.70, that's a lot of runs when you're way behind the 8 ball. And this time, he's coming down the track, going over mid-wicket, and he's able to get 6 runs. So Hodge is not going to be hanging around. He's thinking, well, we've got a lead, and we're not going to allow Jamaica to get back into this game.
I was wondering whether Marchant was the best choice at this point in time. Mansingh posed a lot of trouble for the batsmen yesterday. I guess he'd have his time too, and he'll be called upon by the captain. But Marchant certainly not a big spinner of the ball. Of course, 2 waste deliveries as well. 1 short, and 1 was struck over the top at mid-wicket for 6. Easy pickings for Hodge. This goes deep towards cover. Another 2 runs. Someone is down at long on. He will save it from going into the boundary. Atenes will come into strike. Well, what's your take on spinners, Clyde? But you yourself was quite a prodigious spinner of the ball. If you're going to be a spin bowler, you must be able to turn it, right? There are some off spinners I've seen. In fact, some spinners that don't get deep turn.
Well, if you're not a big turn, you have to be able to flight and have variety in terms of what you do, where you're going to bowl it. And basically, if you're not a big spin of the ball, you must have good control. And control comes with good flight, good variation, able to bowl straight, 1 or 2 must turn, and keep things as tight as possible. Because that's your role if you're not really a big spinner or an aggressive spin bowler. That would be your role, a more holding role than anything else. They have had spin bowlers like that. Vittori was never a really big spinner of the ball, but he had good control, good flight. He racked from Sri Lanka as well, but those were left-arm orthodox. Most of the finger spinners tend to use the variation in terms of turning the ball, have those little variations where you bowl slower, a little quicker, get some more bounce, and things like that.
New over. Our own Roger Harper was not a prodigious turner of the ball as well, but there was more guile. He drifted, he tried to keep it as tight as possible, and as well as flight.
I think with Marchant as well, he's had problems with his actions before. So he was a big spinner of the ball. I think with the problems with his action, he's remodeled, and he just seems to be struggling a little bit because he used to be somebody that gave the ball a lot of air. This is driven through the offside This is going to be 4 runs. That's a long half volley and got the treatment it deserves. And Hodge is beginning to look really dangerous.
So that's caressed through the offside. And that one was flowing. Absolute gracious. There's nothing more picturesque in the world to see someone drive through the covers, particularly against a fast bowler. And some of the best ones I'd seen at the regional level came off the bat of Suresh Daniram, and I recall distinctly, border cricket ground, Joel Garner at that time was the bowler, bowling against Suresh Daniram. And a majestic cover drive. Those were great cover drives. I like to see it. I've seen one from Athens. I just saw one from Hodge. I was referring back in the times with Suresh Daniram. I enjoyed looking at his cover drive. That's another beauty. Straight through the covers. And that's gone for 4. Beautiful.
Well, you get half while you put them away. That was a bad delivery again, full outside the off stump, asking to be put away, and got the treatment. I'm disappointed here in Green, though, when you looked at how he bowled in the 4 civilians, bowling fairly straight back pitching. He's come this innings and he's looked to bowl fuller and wider. There's no swing. Maybe he's thinking, well, I saw some swing from the Volcanoes, I'm going to try that. But his role really is, or more or less, is more holding role where he bowls those good length, those good lines. Not a full delivery. Lucky to get away with it. I think Jamaica, the Scorpions are losing the plot, and you look at that scoring rate. That's, for a team that is behind the 8 ball, that scoring rate, that's too much. Lead now with 192.
And every run they add without losing a wicket, I'm talking about the Scorpions, in their minds, they would want to increase their eventual target that they want to give the Scorpions to make. Like if they had 250 in mind, we can handle this at 300. If the scoreboard keeps ticking, we can muster 350. That's the end of the over, 76 for 2.
I think Jamaica, the Scorpions just need to regroup. They need to get together and say, look, we have to have a plan. We have to decide what we are going to do, whether we are going to keep things fairly tight or not. And just looking at that view, I'm certainly not one that would be up there.
But these guys are crazy.
I'll leave that to you, for you and Naeem Chan and John Ramsing is an adventurous fella. I'm sure he would do something like that.
Well, John is shock-proof practically with his size, so he's got a lot of reserve. Well, we'd like to congratulate those guys going up on those.
They're doing their
electrical
jobs.
wires. Exactly. Tough job. Marchant is back. Hodge is staring him in the face as if to say, come with that long hop again. We really didn't enjoy Hodge in the first innings, didn't get to see much of him. He made just 1. But he's a very useful batsman. Played some glorious shots this morning. So the Volcanoes opting to open the batting yesterday, winning the toss and batting first, 217, bowling out the Scorpions for 101, and now in their second innings, 77, as you see on your board there, for 2, with a healthy current run rate.
I think, and they get into lunch, and I'm sure Nikita Miller, the coach who is out there, will be thinking, come on, guys, come on. Let's try and tighten things up. Let's play some basic cricket for a little while. I'm sure you'll be having a strong word at lunchtime to these guys. That's a better delivery, much straighter. Got some turn on it as well, forcing the batsman to go back and defend.
You were talking about spinning the ball and off spinners. I recall in your times when you were playing Nehemiah Perry out of Jamaica.
He's a very good bowler as well. Last I heard from him, he was umpiring a little. I don't know if he's still umpiring after what I heard, or even he said, was feeling that umpiring at square leg, and when the batsman hit the ball, he turned to chase. He turned to chase. And Perry, when he tells you a story, of course, he exaggerates a lot of the story. He said one time, instead of he collecting the hat from the bowler, he was giving the bowler his hat. He was still playing. That's my good friend Nehemiah Perry, who I think over the years has served Jamaica cricket very well. And I hope he's still umpiring.
I hope he's not appealing. That's the end of the over. I'm struggling to remember the names of more spinners within the West Indies, off spinners, because we know about the Trinidad flock of spinners, basically
Got a lot of
leg spinners.
And Henderson from Springer from Trinidad, from Barbados. You had a fella named Derek Parry from the Leeward
remember
Islands.
him.
I thought was one of the, probably a little unlucky not to have played more Test cricket. Certainly did spin the ball a great deal. Man from Nevis.
Well, we were talking about Mansingh. He's been called up by his captain, but this time round, he's going to be functioning from the northern end. He had quite a good bowl yesterday. But every bowler seems to, well, every cricketer, I guess, batsman as well, but let's deal with the bowlers, to emulate someone. Mansingh is walking in, reminds me a little bit how Shane Warne would walk and then chip into his run. Were you imitating landscapes at any part of your career? I mean, it wouldn't have been a bad thing to do.
Of course, when you're growing up and you're playing cricket in the yard and in the streets, you always call a name that you thought was the best bowler around. And there's those days, landscapes awards. So who would you want to be like?
But because I was still a very small guy, didn't get to see enough of landscapes, would you say that he turned a time and a half more than you did? Because I've seen you, and I know that Lance was a prolific turner of the ball.
I wouldn't be able to say whether he turned it that much more than me, but he certainly spun the ball a great deal. And when you saw him bowl, the control that he had as well with his spin, good drifter as well. And he had the straightest arm that I have ever seen for an off spin. His arms were very straight when they came over his head. You see a picture of him and you see how straight his right arm was amazing. But certainly he was an amazing spin bowler.
Singh trying to make some inroads here for his side, the Scorpions. He's not posing the kind of problems this innings that I saw him posing yesterday in the first innings. But that's the end of the over.
That was his first over, I think, and he's getting his fingers loose, getting things ready. I don't think he'll get another over before lunch today, but certainly, you know, he didn't spin the ball a great deal yesterday, but he bowled with good control.
But I don't think this spin twin or trio from Jamaica, we've seen anything that special. We'd seen some bit of quality, of course, from the faster bowlers. Could be the state of the pitch, I don't know, but I'm not seeing anything super.
What I haven't seen from Merchant is that patience. When you're bowling on a pitch like this where you don't get that sort of spin and bounce and pace, you just need to, and especially with the scoring rate, the way it is, you just need to tighten things a little, bowl fairly tight, not give the batsman a chance to really keep scoring. You need a few overs where things really put the pressure back on the batsman.
But it's amazing how the circumstances can really put you under pressure. With the kind of lead that the Windwards are having, it's like even a single is taken, the Scorpions can feel added pressure is coming, even with the singles, the ones and the twos. So the Windwards don't have to do anything out of the blue. Just stay there, occupy, and turn it around.
Just a little quicker delivery, flatter just outside the off stump, beaten, I think, from the pace of that delivery. He was back in no man's land and ended up fishing at it outside the off stump. But well bowled, and that is certainly a morale victory for the bowler. A delivery that the batsman should have been on the front foot too, was going back.
Short, pulled, 4, no. Nicely stopped. As you said before, Hodge is opening up, and he's getting freer as with the passage of time, freer.
84 for 2, lunch just 2 deliveries away. I think Jamaica's Scorpions would be unhappy with how things have gone for them this morning. Definitely, the Volcanoes have been exceptional with this morning getting those 3 quick wickets and then coming out and battle. Yes, they've lost 2 wickets, but you look at that score. 85 now for 2 in 16.5. I think they will be the happier team going into lunch today.
A nice morning for cricket. If you look at the flannels, the shirts of the cricketers, look at the trousers of the man in slip, and it tells you the kind of breeze that's coming across the ground. So conditions are ripe, and absolutely great for cricket. So that's lunch on day 2. So we've got the scorecards up there. That's Athene's first innings, 81, and Greaves, 50. Then Jamaica, they were all out for 101 very early this morning. So with a 116 lead, the Volcanoes out of the Windward Islands, they've assumed their second innings, 85, as you can see there, for 2 in just 17.0 overs. So they've got that lead of 116, which carries them over 200. And great work from the Volcanoes, they're well set to come out after lunch. You might see some nice batting from Atenes, and already Hodge is moving at a fast pace. I'll just remind you of that little note. I scripted on my book here that Atenes was dropped at backward point when he was on 13. He has since moved to 26. He's doubled that. And I do this normally when I know a batsman is looking good, is in great nick, and is a fantastic stroke player, because you live to regret when you give them a chance. He was dropped on 13. He's 26 not out, 45 Hodge, 85 for the loss of 2. With a lead of 116. You'll be hearing from us again after the luncheon period.
Hello, everyone. Welcome once again to the National Stadium at Providence in Guyana. At lunch, it was 85 for the loss of 2. The players are making their way out in the middle. Windwards Volcanoes, a lovely partnership of 66, unbroken so far for the third wicket between Hodge, who's on 45, Athenaeus on 26, has propelled the Windwards Volcanoes from that 116. The lead is now 201. So they're doing an exceptional job. Both of them look good at the wicket. Jamaica started well, picking up 2 early wickets. Jelani Robinson, he didn't score. And Jeremiah went for 11 from 19 for the loss of 2. These two have steadied the tide and they've brought the score to 85 for the loss of 2. Blazing sunshine, lovely conditions here for cricket. And the Windward Volcanoes continue to be ahead of Jamaica in this match. Jamaica will be hunting early wickets. With me in the commentary box is John Ramsing. John, 85 for the loss of 2, a lead of 201. Volcanoes, they're well and truly ahead in this game.
Good afternoon, Indrajit. Good afternoon to all of our viewers, near and far. Nicholson Gordon about to pick up the attack. After the early storm with a new ball, Mindley and Gordon, that threat was disappeared. But then, a nice partnership, like you said, of 66 between the most experienced player for the Volcanoes, steadying the ship nicely.
Yes, and off the back foot, slapped away into the covers, and they will get the single. So they're on their way after the lunch session. Gordon, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 17 prior to the lunch session. He'll be looking to pick up his first wicket.
Yeah, he is a hard worker. You cannot say that often enough, but he is one of those persons that you can go to when you're looking to keep the brakes, put the brakes on some batting or pick up wickets. He's very good, actually. Just not that express fast bowler, not that tear-away fast bowler like we're accustomed to from Jamaica. But he can hold his own, build pressure, and get wickets like we saw in the first innings. But this partnership causing some worries now for the Scorpions. They're perhaps looking to come from behind to win this game, but they need wickets.
And just waited on that Alec Athenaeus and then turned it away down through forward square and picking up the single. So singles are vital as they continue this partnership that will surely open up more wounds in the Jamaica Scorpion. They had high expectations when they picked up those 2 wickets. But both these boys, Kavim Hodge, he's on 46, was never afraid to go after the bowling. Some lovely drives, went over the top too. So he looks well set along with Athenaeus.
Earlier this morning, we saw some cloudy conditions most of the first session, but now it's blistering hot outside. Nice light wind, nothing too heavy. So good afternoon conditions, good conditions for cricket in the afternoon.
Yes, it's not the kind of sunshine that will itch the body out in the middle. It's hazy, cold, soft wind blowing across the ground. And Gordon maintains a good line outside the line of the off stump. And he's asking his fielder down in the backward point area to go a little bit squarer. Athenaeus had some anxious moments with some lovely drives, 2 French cut that we can recall. This one came off the edge and falls short of the slip fielder there, John. Maybe a step in front there and a little dive could have seen Athenaeus in some trouble.
Well, that's the thing about Athenaeus. He plays with soft hand, that deft touch that he has. So the ball coming off the edge there, not carrying to hand. If it was a full-blooded drive, you'd have seen the ball peeling and carrying to slip. Athenaeus really holding this middle order together for the Volcanoes.
And that's tight line and length here by Gordon. 18 overs gone. The first after lunch, it's 88 for the loss of 2.
Nice steady stuff from Gordon, first after lunch. And that lead, pushing on to 204. That is something the Jamaica Scorpions will be looking at very closely. Do not want that to get away from them. So in order for them to look at that and keep it within reach, they must pick up wickets. They had 2 early wickets. The openers disappeared. But after that, Hodge and Anthony is putting their heads down and batting. Both on the Demerara River in the Jit.
Yes, John, that's the Brocken Bunko. Always a lovely sight from this vantage point. And you look at some greeneries there along the East Bank Highway. You have traveled a lot in those boats, John?
I've had a few moments, yes. Very exciting. I remember actually one of the last most memorable trips on one of those was in Trinidad and Tobago, actually. I was there getting a tour. Yeah, usually exciting times in the waterways here in Guyana.
I saw once saw you too in Florida in
Oh,
one of
yes.
those boats.
Yeah, that was during the pandemic when I was locked out of Guyana for 3 months straight.
Yeah, those were anxious moments, never easy. So Jamie Merchant, 3 overs, none for 21. Good start, stretching long forward and defending. And you'll be heading to Florida at some time too, John, for a special assignment there.
Well, not too certain about flights, but yeah, there's a big softball tournament playing this weekend in Orlando, to be exact.
Down the track, bangs it away, over mid-on, out towards the boundary for 4. And that is Kaveem Hodge, 15th half-century in first class cricket. And the Dominican looks good. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, well played indeed. He had to weather the storm earlier, and he decided that he's going to continue to play his shots. Outscored Atenes in the early exchanges of this partnership, and now bringing up another half century. I did say earlier that he's a second innings man. Here he is, bringing up a half century after just getting a single in the first innings.
And 50 runs, 49 balls, 79 minutes, 5 fours and 1 6. And he has played every ball on its merit. Sound defense with a mixture of real aggression. Now that he has gone to 50, John, the mindset here, I've done all the hard work. I must try my best to get to triple figures. You've laid the groundwork. You don't want to give it away. It's a pitch. Some will keep a little bit low, but still very good for batting. Score them in tens. You don't want to give this away.
Find the gap nicely on the offside to celebrate that half century. And this time, just too wide from Merchant. This pitch is not going to offer a lot of turn. So you need to be bang on target. He was just a little bit too full and was driven all along the carpet. So now that he's gone to half century, he's going to take a fresh guard. He has the appetite for batting long, quite experienced guy. He knows what's ahead of him. He wants to get a big one.
Yes, the lead is now 212, and that continues to climb. And you could see there, John, because Hodge is inclined to drive everything that's pitched up there, he just pulled back the length straight in line and they got an easy single. So that's the end of the over, the end of it. It's 97 for the loss of 2 Volcanoes. There's a Guyanese presence in Florida at the moment for a softball cup. It's international flavor too, happening in Florida.
Yeah, the Orlando Cup, like I mentioned earlier, takes place this weekend in Orlando. Some 24 teams already registered to participate. And in that tournament, two Guyana sides are up there, both in the Legends category. That's over 50. Regal Legends and Floodlights Legends. Floodlights under the name Trophy Stall Lions. The stalwarts of softball cricket representing Guyana in Orlando, where they're going to rub shoulders with persons from Canada and other parts of the United States, including New York, South Florida. I understand Connecticut as well will be sending some teams. So it's a big mixture, a big potpourri of persons in getting closer to Kissimmee area in Orlando. Yeah, lots of Guyanese living in that area as well. So to be a nice melting pot over the weekend.
Yes, we wish the guys all the best, especially our two Guyanese teams that are there. Trophy Stall Lions and the Regal Legends. All the best guys. We know that Mahendra Hardial is there. Ricky Dearnarine is going to be there as well. These are guys who have invested heavily to bring people together through softball. A game that is prominent in Guyana, and the Guyanese took the brand to Canada and to the United States of America, and it has become a big season of sports.
Not only invest collateral, invest of their time, those stalwarts you mentioned. This is getting close to the third man boundary. It will get across the ropes now. Just steering it, not trying to hit this ball too hard. Gordon just a bit too wide of the mark. We're seeing Hodge getting another boundary since passing 50. So he's now dealing in boundaries. And this is a good response in their second innings. 100 coming up now for the Volcanoes.
Yes, and this partnership continues to blossom without doing anything reckless whatsoever. Good, sensible cricket, good shot selection, and it's pleasing to the eyes.
What I like about both Hodge and Atene is playing the ball on a merit. That ball was a full one again, but this time a bit straighter. And instead of trying to do anything too cute, maybe, just drove on the onside, but not necessarily across the line, just closing the face of the bat as the ball get onto bat. Still looking for the gap, but not trying to play reckless shots. This is a very good innings so far. There we go again. Not playing across the line, but turning the ball with the wrist into the onside. Overgone, 101 for 2. Yeah, because of duties in the Jita, I'm missing that softball tournament, which begins tomorrow. In fact, the draw in terms of who's going to be playing who will begin tonight, and tomorrow teams will hit the ground running. Sunday, champions will be crowned because this tournament did not play since 2018, before the COVID-19 pandemic. Every 2 years, the tournament is played in Orlando.
Here's a drive, lovely looking shot, great timing, and his feel that his protection on the boundary. But look at the intent, and he looks so good, driving fluently at an ace, just getting a single for it.
Stroke of a man in form. Anthony is realizing that Kavim Hodge is on a high as well. Just giving him the strike. Taking a single, give him the strike for him to have a go. He's hot. Why not? Have a go. Not have a go in the sense of play rash shots, but take most of the strike, do most of the scoring, no problem. It's a partnership. You're doing it together.
Yes, and this partnership is very troubling for the Scorpions because with every run scored, The lead is increasing. And just look at that. Had all the time in the world, moved across nicely, placed it nicely down through mid-on, and picked up a single. So there has been good rotation of the strike between these two, the hallmark of good batting. Can be a little bit difficult, right hand, left hand combination, and they're in this kind of form. Look at that drive again, sweetly timed, very fluent player, and he continues to impress. You know, sometimes you look at some batters, John, and you say, hey, this one is a touch above so many others. This guy is a touch player, Alec Anthony is.
Showed lots of promise since at the youth level. Graduating nicely now onto senior cricket. Did not get a game in the last test series against South Africa, but was chosen to go down to South Africa.
You look back anxiously there, oohs and ahs. Look at Aldin Thomas just walking away from the stumps, pretty close to the stumps. Didn't dismantle the bails. 104 for the loss of 2 more from you, John, and you'll be joined by Naim Chan.
3 singles in the last over, bowled by Merchant. Last ball. The ball is rolling back after that defensive bat. Means that Merchant is now trying to get the revs on the ball. But this track not helping really. So the lead now pushing on to 220. Very good lead for the Volcanoes. Just a second session on day number 2. So lots of time. Jamaica Scorpions need wickets to get back into this contest. Welcome back, Naim.
Hi, John. Yes. Athanaze, he's got super timing. He's such a composed batsman, nimble on his feet. There is something that is very special about Athanaze. It's just I'm wondering, or not wondering, or rather desiring to see him come up against great, good international bowling. I would love to see him bat before I can finally convince my mind that Athanaze is going to be a young superstar. It's the ease with which he gets into position, that's one. 2, the absolute sweet timing of the willow. This guy is miniature size, just a couple of pounds. I would be surprised if he's much over 100 pounds. And he hits the ball so hard. Absolutely great timing. Just want to see him someday coming up against good international bowling. So there are 2 things worrisome here for the Scorpions. They're not getting wickets. That's one. And look at the current run rate. Almost 5. They're not even curtailing the batsmen. So it's from both aspects, things not going their way, period.
And it goes to show that it's a good batting track as well. Put your heads down and be prepared to grind it out. You will get runs, much like what Hodge and Athanaze are doing.
There's far more commitment from the Volcano side. You weren't seeing that. I've registered this note. I keep reminding my audience that Athanaze was dropped at 13. He's now 31. I just want to see what a mistake can cause you, the Scorpions in this case. Short, pulled away, pugnacious but straight to a fielder. it's this sweet timing. This guy doesn't fire his bat in such a hard way, but you can know that it's kissing the willow and just rushing away.
There we see again a short ball, but not coming through very quickly. Not a lot of pace on that ball as well from Gordon. So Athenaeus trusted the bounce and the pace and got into position quickly.
This is going to carry. Flicked away nicely by Hodge. Hodgson has been, when he started off, he was like somewhat like temporary or tentative, may I say. And then all of a sudden, he started with a flurry of beautiful off drives, pull, a beautiful pull shot, and now he's flicking away in a flurry of strokes. Like he's in a hurry to get there. He's moved to 65, and the pressure piling on, 227.
According to my count, that's his third four after getting to his half century. So he's prepared to play some more shots now, take on the bowler just a little bit. And looking to continue this quick scoring. The current run rate now is over 5 runs in over 9. So they're doing very well.
Now, that's what I like about Athenaeus too. Now, Hodge is getting to hit the ball around. Athenaeus has suddenly gone on the back foot, if you notice, as far as acceleration is concerned. And he's just feeding Hodge. There's no petty jealousy. I like this is good, mature cricket. Sensible.
Nice partnership. 93 so far for the third wicket. Making it look so easy now. Hodge was also selected to tour with the West Indies senior team to Bangladesh. He did not play, but was part of that set up at the international level a few years ago. Athenaeus just had his first tour, did not play as well. But we can see that they're thought of very highly.
There's a man down there. Well, the great Brian Lara sat on the bench too for a pretty long time before he got his way. So he has been on a waiting list as well, not knowing at that time that Brian Lara will become quite possibly the world's best batsman on show. So it's all about patience. Your time will come. My understanding, Athenaeus is just in his mid-20s. 24?
Loves to play against the Guyana attacks. His record will tell you that. Both list A and the 4-day format.
A man positioned there also, so he's just going to cross for a solitary run.
The partnership now 95 runs.
Just look at the difference in contrast with the Scorpions, where everyone seemed to have been in a hurry. There was not a deliberate and calculated effort to occupy the crease. I told you, Travis Dowling asked me, what is it that the pitch is doing that caused 17 wickets to fall? I told him it's probably the color of the ball. No one wants to play the longer version of the game, it seems. End of the over.
This pair certainly show you once you can apply yourself, once you're prepared to be patient as well, you will score runs here at Providence. Hodge helping himself to a half century so far. Athenaeus 16 runs away from another half century. Had one in the first innings. Their partnership of 95, almost the entire score that made by the Scorpions, 101 in their first innings. But the Scorpions just played too many shots, bad shot selections, and resulted in their wickets.
Yeah, on many of the occasions and of the dismissals for the Scorpions, it seemed that they had a premeditated mind. This is batting responsibly, what we're seeing out there at the moment. It's batting responsibly, batting for your side, and knowing what's going on around you. You know that 2.5 days are left in this game. You know what exactly is expected of you.
You get the impression like it's a different pitch being used. So now I'm over in Trinidad and Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval. Barbados in their first innings, 322. Leeward Islands Hurricanes in reply, 90 for 6. There we go again. One team chalking up 300 plus, and the next side struggling to get to 100.
Oh, what a beauty, but there's a man there. Well, I've seen Athenaeus finding the gap so many times in the first innings, and this time, the last few shots, expansive cover drives, he's not gotten past the fieldsman. And I think it's because Palmer is setting a field for those particular positions.
In the other game of the round, being played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in down south Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago replying to 324 made by Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Red Force are now 109 for 3. Lost 3 pretty early, but there's a rebuilding process that is ongoing right now between Jad Gholi and Jason Mohammed.
That's a single. But that's what you have to do. In the first innings, the Windwards Volcanoes, they had lost 3 wickets for just over 40 runs when they won the toss and decided to bat. Then came this massive recovery, spearheaded by the man right in there, Athenaeus and Greaves in particular. Coming in their second innings, although they have a lead, the first ball they lost the wicket. Since then they've been working responsibly, sensibly. Extras. There have not been a lot of extras. I think generally the fielding was quite on target too. We'd seen better bowling from the Scorpions in the first innings. Better bowling.
Anthony is just not showing signs of being bogged down at all. Too wide of the mark, he's not worried at all. You will have to come closer to him, and that's when he's going to take the attack to you. But Nicholson Gordon is trying to hide this ball, bring those 2 steps into play. Looking for his first wicket as well, Gordon.
That's the end of the over. 117 for 2. So the sunshine really coming down now. It's very hot at the moment. And you can have a little idea. I think the breeze has slowed down somewhat. The trousers of the cricketers were all fluttering earlier pre-lunch. just about standing out straight now. And also, I look at the flags. That's fluttering in the far distance. It's not on your camera right now. But it's a steady breeze, nice day, great conditions. Yesterday was pretty hot after a while. Look at the shirt sleeve of Athenaeus. And you get an understanding how strong the wind is. The umpire shirt as well.
Harty is going to be coming into the attack for the first time in this innings. First innings, 9 overs, none for 44. Did not look threatening at all in the first innings. Dorval Green, who picked up that 5 for in the first innings, bowled 3 expensive overs. 5 fours came off of his 3 overs, 26 runs in total. And I think that's what this pair has done to the Scorpions. They have looked at the threat as Dorval Green and hit him out of the attack. So now Palmer has to go to another option in Harty, who did not look the part as well in the first innings. So they're having their way so far, the batters.
Well, Hodge should be mindful too that he's 67. He needs to really stay there and get 100. That's what you want to show the selectors in a 4-day game, that I can bat. I love batting. Better shot selection, show that you have an appetite to stay around, see your side recover. They have really worked on the side's recovery, the two of them out there. The man down at cover point can't get there. Right, deep cover, sweeper position. And that went to his left, more towards cover point. And the partnership has gone over 100 now. Very, very good stuff that I'm seeing.
That's what I said earlier about Harty. Did not look threatening at all. Now serving up a very short ball outside the off stump, loose delivery. And there's Hodge capitalizing again. Nice partnership. Congratulations to Hodge and Athenaeus, bringing up a central partnership between the two. Really stabilizing the innings and taking the advantage of the Scorpions now. Almost getting another boundary. Once again, just too loose, Harty. And now Hodge making it look so easy as well. Finding the gaps at will.
Well, that's better. He's causing the batsman to come forward, stretch forward. I don't need you to be bowling short deliveries, giving the batsman time to go on the back foot, or even too full. Draw the batsman forward and make your plan. Good flight, deceive. 123. Clyde Butts is joining me, keeping company this afternoon. Look at the current run rate. It was over 5, so they've got many positives going for them. They're not losing wickets, the Volcanoes, as well as they have been able to step on the gas consistently for a very long time. The current run rate was at that same position between 4.5 to 5 plus. Short. And there you go. Super timing. All the way it carries. Right, but you enjoy Athenaeus, don't you? There's something that I'm seeing that's very special. As I said before, I just want to qualify it. I'll just wait and see him play against good, great international bowling.
I think he looks a very good player. Athenaeus, he times the ball well. He gets into good position to play his shots as well. But like I said, there hasn't been a real test in terms of the bowlers and haven't been consistent with what they're doing. So as a batsman, you're happy with that. You can score. What's disappointing to me more than anything else is that Jamaica came into launch the Scorpions, and you would have thought that when they went out there, you would have seen a plan where they would have been looking to, depends if you're going to say stop the volcanoes from scoring, tighten things up for a few overs, well, put some pressure back on them. But I don't think I've seen that. I think, yes, both batsmen are batting well, but if you're playing first-class cricket, you must be able to bowl and consistently bowl in good areas, ring the field, and bowl fairly tight. That last delivery was wide outside the off something. He's trying to bowl to restrict the batsman from play, and that's too wide. Probably on a pitch like this, where we've seen so many LBWs caught at slip and so on, you need to bowl fairly straight, just back of the length, straight, ring your field, play cricket for a little while, and then try. When you get a wicket, you pounce.
But that's exactly what Greaves did, because of those 6 wickets, I think 4 were LBW. 4 of those wickets, he bowled straight and put the batsmen in a situation where they had to play. He had 4 of them trapped LBW. I've seen a few wide deliveries, much too many, by the Scorpions. Another one. It's time down the next side. I don't think it's exhaustion at these youngsters' age. They just came out from the luncheon break. I don't think it's a matter of exhaustion. Again, down the leg side, this is going to be stopped just inside of the boundary. But it's neither here nor there. It's either wide outside the off stump, wide outside the leg stump. So we just out of lunch. And I like, you can see, in contrast, as you were saying, you're not seeing a plan for the Scorpions, but you can see a plan executed here by these 2 batsmen. I wonder if Athenaeus picked up the call very early. That's why he went flashing, because it's not a typical shot. He knows that there are 2 slips and a gully
I would
there.
love to see that batsman now who can pick up a front foot no ball to play a shot. That's not going to happen. Sorry, Naeem, but that's not going to happen. He was going to play that shot anyhow.
Now, here it is. He's playing it again, this time to the left of cover, and gets it all the way into the boundary ropes. Good shot. Airborne for a while. But I think he knows exactly where he was putting his bat on this occasion.
And what has happened now that he realized that the bowler is going to bowl him wide outside the off stump. There's no doubt about that. That's how his field is set. He's got 2 men on the onside, and he's just decided he's going to take him on. So those balls are wide outside the off stump. He's going to throw his bat at it. And the last one, maybe a little lucky, you would say, but because the ball was very wide outside the off stump, he threw his bat at it and threw it hard. Got a little bit over the outer half of the bat, went to cover point 4 runs. He knows where he's bowling now. He's just bowling wide outside the off stump.
So Patrick Hardy. Hodge just improved his movement, his defense, his flow, and rhythm as his innings gradually moved on short. That guy down at cover on the boundary has really plugged there by Palmer and has saved a few runs well. Palmer has not gotten what he is looking for from his bowlers, particularly in this second innings of the Volcanoes. This is going to carry all the way backward square. Picked up on the bounce, Clyde Butts.
I think Anthony has made up his mind that he's going to go after the bowlers, as we have seen. He has decided that the bowlers really not penetrative, and he's going after them. And the way he's attacking the bowlers now, he probably decides, look, we've got a lead of 256, and that's a big lead. We have Jamaica batted on the Scorpions batted on the first innings. But he's got to be careful still, because there's still a lot of time in this game. And you don't want that when you come out of the field, you got to start defending. You want to ensure that you take the game completely away from the Scorpions.
Well, he's been playing that reverse sweep. He's doing it for the umpteenth time to get to 50. Yeah, it goes all the way. He's been mastering that particular shot. So he got 81 in the first innings. Coming back, the captain of the Windwards Volcanoes and scoring a half century in the second innings. Good work.
Yes, and he's being very positive. He's decided, well, this bowling is not giving me any trouble. I'm going to dominate against this bowling attack, and he has been doing that. The thing about Harty as well, he's been flat, he's been quick, he's not used given variation, and maybe that the idea probably just bowling with one man out at mid-wicket, not a long on. Just needs to slow things down a little, push back the fields, just defend for a few overs and see what happens. But that's been a very good innings by Alec Anthony. Again, he's played well, he's been positive, and he's played some good shots.
And the good thing is, while if they're not executing a powerful pull or off drive, both batsmen, they have been turning the strike over. That's one good thing. And in the process, having the scoreboard ticking all the time. That's how they're accounting for a current run rate of 5.40.
Just thinking about Jamaican bowlers of late as well. And I think about Bulai, the left-arm Chinaman and googly bowler. Don't know what has happened to him, whether he's not around anymore, but he certainly spun the ball a lot. And I don't think a lot of batsmen in the region used to read him. Yes, he sometimes used to be a little expensive, but he's an attacking bowler. And just looking at the spinners they've got, I'm surprised he's still not around.
Back to the camera.
Marking low Minley, I think, coming back into the attack. And if when you look at the way how Green bowled in the first innings and you look at him in the second innings, he's a totally different bowler. He didn't come and bowl that good line, just back of the length, fairly straight, um, and looked to contain like he did in the first innings. And with the containment came wickets.
He was nothing like he was in the first innings when he picked up 5 wickets. Greaves was the star bowling for the Volcanoes. 6 wickets, 4 of those LBW. Now there are 2 men out there, one at cover right on the boundary, the other one at backward point, so they converged. Ensured those 2 positions, Atenes has been scoring consistently. They're all plugged up now, just as you suggested. Block some of these spots, slack the field off a little bit until you put them, slow down the scoring. Initially, I think when Jamaica came out, that they went on a full-scale attack, 3 slips and a gully, and it didn't work. They got a wicket on the first ball. After then, it was slow, and quite rightly, you slack off the aggression, the attack.
The 2 players are batting smart as well. They're looking for the gaps to rotate. They're picking up the singles, picking up the boundaries in between. And 147 for 2 off 27. You're scoring at nearly, 5+ runs and over. That's a heavy scoring rate. 5.38 in a 4-day game when you're behind the 8 ball. You need to tighten that.
Why all of a sudden, the first innings is gone, we saw that, but the second innings, why all of a sudden, everything seems to so easy for the Volcanoes? Is it that they're applying themselves so good, or is it the pitch has dried off, little help for the bowlers?
I think the 2 batsmen have batted well. You have to give them credit for that. They've played well, and they've had some ordinary bowling as well.
Over the top. That's gone. 4 runs. Over extra cover. Calculated. There's an orthodox extra cover. He saw that. Hoisted it over his head.
And that brings up the 150, 151, 227.4 overs. What a scoring rate that's going on. And again, they're bowling to Atene's strength because they were bowling him outside off stump. And that's where he wants it. That's where he's strong. Why can't you now just think, well, look, this man is scoring. 80% of his runs are scoring in that area. Shouldn't we change and try and bowl him straight and make him walk balls for singles rather than be able to play those extravagant shots outside the off stump?
The thing is, it's becoming increasingly difficult to bowl to Atenes. They've been consistently outside the off stump, struck all over the ground. On occasions, they came outside the leg stump, struck all over the ground. So as you said, you've probably got to bowl it as straight as an arrow. Just make him, if he has to drive back past you, well, that's okay. But it's a problem, increasingly, a problem bowling to that youngster. Well, we've seen a few of those that kept a little bit low. And last ball of the over, kept low, outside the off stump. No problem for the batsman. He attempted to slash it away and missed it. 152 for 2. Palmer is definitely trying to inspire his bowler. But there's so many times that I've seen batsmen of caliber who were given a chance, as Atenes was on 13. There he goes for that reverse sweep, but this time Palmer is on target. He blocks that one. This is a better over. He has been having the batsman prodding forward. I don't know why. Atenes has been successful with the reverse sweep, but it's something I don't necessarily like to see. It's too risky in a 4-day game. Because in T20, you've got limited time, limited balls to bat. If that innovation is going to earn you runs, well, fine. Especially for some people that mastered it, like A.B. de Villiers. Atenes has played it a few times well and succeeded.
So doesn't it bring him runs? Well, if it's one of his pet shots and then bring him runs, it's going to get him out as well, because his strength sometimes is your weakness. So once he understands that when he plays it, what the risk is, and so on, I basically have no problem. It's one of his scoring shots. Basically have no problem. The pitch is flat. There's no added bounce on this pitch. And with the left arm spinner ball, not really getting the ball to turn or bounce. I don't see a lot of issues with it. I think it's the only bowler he's really played it against. And obviously he's judged his length. He's judged it as his line. And deciding that that's one of the easier shots to play against him. Good afternoon to you in the Jeet, and how are you this afternoon?
I'm good. Good afternoon to you, Clyde. I'm afraid that Jamaica, they have just lost the plot a little.
Just?
Ah. I am being mild. You're being a hard schoolmaster. Well, maybe not hard, but in reality, they came out after the lunch session. Field placing, the bowlers seem to be, not concentrating on those tight line and length that they bowl in particular to both of these batters. And they have capitalized nicely. Kavim Hodge has blossomed for his 76, and so too Alec Atenes. Runs have been coming far too easy for the Volcanoes.
I think they came out after lunch, and when you look at the field, you're thinking, well, they're going to bowl outside off stump and go wider. But that hasn't worked for them. And they have not been able to adjust and say, let's rethink. And that's what captaincy and leadership does on a field. And the bowlers as well are leaders, whether you like it or not. If I'm bowling, I'm leading in terms of where I would like my field to be placed and so on. Where is the best place to control things for me? And so I'm a little disappointed that I've just kept that line outside the off stump going. But the batters are scoring, so you've got to start rethinking.
And they have been doing it in fine styles because they've been driving in front of square, cutting backward of point, and occasionally when the short ones come along, they're not afraid at all to play the pull shots. So I've been picking the gaps nicely.
You even find Atenes now knowing that they're going to bowl wide outside the off stump. He's walking across the stump and look to flip them through the onside as well. So, if you're bowling in that area, runs are not scoring, and you're pegging things back, it means that the batsman may try something. But runs are flowing. They're scoring at 5.1, over 5 runs and over.
off the back foot. This is trashed away backward of point. Will not get to the boundary. And the return will come in there from Harty. But they get two. And once more, runs have been scored through the offside. They've not been able to stop that at all.
It would be interesting to have a chart to see where Athens has scored most of his runs.
But obviously, most of his runs have been scored through the offside field, through extra cover, through covers. He has played a few reverse sweep, which have been successful for him, and some flick through backward square. Those are the areas. He had a maximum when he picked one up from outside the line of the off stump, slug, swept it, and got a 6 for that one. So the Dominican connections are making things happen here for the Volcanoes. I guess you would have visited Dominica on numerous occasions, Clyde. Beautiful island.
Yes, certainly a beautiful little island. Beautiful little island, sorry. And very nice. You know, when you see two youngsters coming from that area, you have to give credit. And I think credit is due that they're there and they're scoring, they're looking good. Cavil Hodge has been around for a little while, Cavin. And he's always been a good player, a decent player. I think he's moved on. He's played 18 well. Certainly not being overshadowed by Alec Anthony, who has now come along and has been scoring runs. He's showing Anthony that I can bat just as good as him.
Yes, and that's good to see. So while they're playing for their country as well, importantly, both of these guys are making a big statement. And you're hoping that they can continue to move on from here. It's good for Windward Islands cricket.
Certainly is, and they're looking the part. Probably disappointed that they did not beat Guyana a few weeks ago. Sinclair actually really saw Guyana saving that game.
And Beaton stood out in the middle there like a wall to assistant Sinclair.
Yes, sir, certainly.
Well, Harty, before this three of us know, made none for 17. He's given a chance to make a difference. So far, they have managed to score very easily off him. And they're very mindful of that reverse sweep shot. But then it's Athenaeus not there. It's Hodge, and we haven't seen him play that. Is he managing to hit the right Athenaeus not there. Lines here now,
It's
Harty?
Hodge.
And
He
we haven't
seems to
seen him.
go to me to be somebody that lacks a little bit of patience as a left-arm orthodox spinner.
Is
And
he
to me, he's trying too many different things. His role at the moment is to try and be as tight as possible. His coach, Nikita Miller, used to be one of those guys who would come on. Once he came into the attack and hardly get the ball, you could hardly get the ball out of his hands for Jamaica, where he just used to be consistent with his length of lines. I think Nikita as well spins the ball a little bit more than him.
Well, he's been particularly tight in this over so far. And what better person, you're right, Clyde, can he have to assist him than Nikita Miller? And he created a void when he left first-class cricket in the Jamaican camp.
And that's what I mean. 4 or 5 good deliveries, short delivery outside the off stump.
A little bit to the left of the backward point, that could have been racing away towards the boundary. Well, they're without the services of Blackwood here as well. And John Campbell, for obvious reasons. And look, a single has been picked up here very easily too. 31 overs gone. Well, in fact, yes, 31 overs gone. 156 for the loss of 2. So they're approaching that lead now to around 300. It's now 272 runs with still 8 wickets standing. My thought that if they continue like this, Windwards will bat out the entire day today and will be pretty close toward that 400 with still 2 days to go.
Unless there's a turnaround in terms of the bowling, I think Windwards would certainly be looking for a lead of somewhere 380 this afternoon or thereabouts. And with 2 days still to go, and there's a lot of time in this game, I'm thinking that they will be batting the Jamaican Scorpions out of the game, and rightly so. You got a chance, you bat them out of the game.
So 156 for the loss of 2. They're taking a drinks break. We should too shall take a break from the commentary box. And John Campbell.
Seventy-two runs. Remember, they bowled out the Jamaica Scorpions in their first innings for 101, which was in reply to 217 that they made in their first innings. So with a lead of 116 on first innings, at 156 is now 272. For the loss of 2, a very good position for the Volcanoes to be in. Minley starts a new over. as we resume the action in this second session of the day. Inderjeet is back with us. Inderjeet, we're seeing a gully being in place now for the Jamaica Scorpions. Gully tend to be in place when the pitch has bounced. Maybe the Jamaica Scorpions may be thinking they haven't gotten any way bowling full. Maybe we'll try some short stuff now. Something you got to try to dislodge Hodge and Athenaeus. Otherwise, they're very firm.
Yes, very firm. And we might very well actually see a few short deliveries. That has to be the only reason why the gully has been put in place. Whether they're going to keep it for Athenaeus is a different story. But we haven't seen the inclination to go short. Whenever they went short, they got a little bit of assistance from the pitcher. And the strategy here, John, of Palmer is to continue with his medium-fast bowlers. Harty, a little bit surprised that Mansingh just bowled one over.
Jamaica Scorpions, they're trying things, yes, but they can also try Mansingh. You know that it's leggy. Partnership now on to 139. But try that option unless something is worrying to Mansingh. But once you can allow the young man to get into a rhythm, as a spinner should, you may be able to see a difference. Set batters do not like to see balls flighted, and especially with a wrist spinner as well. Can pose a lot of troubles, especially for the right-handed Hodge. This is just too easy. You can see that it's a plan to bowl short, but just too wide on this occasion. So already they're just milking the bowling right after the drinks break. That lead definitely worrying the Jamaica Scorpions. 275, getting close to 300 with lots of time in this game, Inderjeet.
Yes, and lots of runs have come through the offside, and that will tell you that they prefer to bowl outside the line of the off stump, and they have managed to stop the free scoring that these two, Athenaeus and Kavim Hodge, has managed to do out in the middle. So that should be of huge concern to the Scorpions. Well, the short ball did come.
We can see again now, Athenaeus just quick into position and pull the down towards long leg. The short ball, you can see the plan is definitely there for the Scorpions to bowl short, but
huge
that's
concern
just too easy. This is tennis ball
Scorpions.
bounce here at Providence now. It was in Mindley's half,
Well, the short
way
did
too
come.
short.
And even
see
the
again now,
direction was
Athenaeus
very,
just
very
quick.
poor there. Trying a little bit too hard. Mindley not getting it right. And Hodge is not, Athenaeus is not going to miss out on those. If you're going to bowl a short ball, you must be very selective. It must be used as a surprise delivery. And you must be able to have your field set.
It's like 8 runs from that over after the drinks break. So the free scoring continues for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 164 now for the loss of 2. In the lead, 280.
Now, something has to be wrong out in the middle as far as the thinking is concerned. Because you look at that scoring rate. Just 32 overs have been sent down. The score is 164 for the loss of 2. They're scoring at 5.13. So Jamaica has not managed to even put a check on the scoring rate. They must rethink and regroup. And they don't really have time to do that because, you know, the Volcanoes continue to pile on that runs.
So Harty is going to continue. Harty as well, not putting any real pressure on these batters because the pitch is not assisting him. This one is he's looking to scoop this one, but they got a toe end of the bat. There's no feeler, a short mid-wicket. They're more in run-saving positions rather than catching positions. Could have easily carried to hand.
So the strategy that he's using here at the moment, Harty, is to bowl defensively. He's going to attack the stumps. Now, John, if you're bowling defensively and you're attacking that stumps, you must be able to have fielders in the right positions so that they do not score in those areas. So the pressure goes back to the batters. But they've not managed to do that.
Not a flowing cover drive, picking the gap nicely. More runs for Atenes. The Volcanoes captain on fire
to
here
do
now.
that.
Well played.
Well, I did describe one. He played a sleeping
Not a flowing
on
cover
sail.
drive,
John, this
picking
is
the
like
gap
a glass of
nicely.
wine after crossing
More
the
runs.
desert. Superb cover drive. And Harty paid the penalty. He was bowling stump to stump and then chose to go wide outside the line of the off stump. And look at the foot movement.
Not a flowing
there
cover
of
drive, picking the gap
left-handed
nicely.
Atenes. Brilliant cricket shot.
I like to see cricket like this in the Jeet, where batters dominate. Reverse sweeping, not a boundary for him. That will be the 150th partnership as well. Excellent batting between the Captain Hodge, Captain Atenes and former Captain Hodge. Really good partnership. Look at that. 153 from like to see 158 cricket like this in the balls. Jeet. Tells of the
Where
batters scoring rate as well. Well played again. Reverse sweeping, not a boundary for
Absolutely.
him. That will be the
Congratulations to them.
150th
They have
partnership as
brought
well.
their team from a position of worries when they lose that first wicket, and then even the second wicket going down. But since then, these two have locked together, and they have really troubled the Jamaican bowling. They've actually put their plans apart, and they are maintaining their plan, and that is to score and score quickly.
Boundaries coming steady after the drinks break, so maybe a little bit of word as well. The message going out maybe to the pair at the middle. Nice flight to delivery, but again, single taken. So that keeping an eye on that scoring rate. They want to keep scoring. Do not want to be bogged down. Nice positive cricket. I was saying that I love to see cricket like this, where batters dominate once given the opportunity. Because if you look at what happened earlier, the bowling was on top. So now that the batting has an opportunity, they're really making it count. Literally making hay while the sun shines. Good delivery. Quicker one. Went through with the arm. Almost through the defensive prod as well. Literally making hay while the sun shines. Good delivery. Over completed. 173 for the loss of 2. The lead, 289.
And how appropriate is your proverb, John, making hay while the sun shines. While the bowling is presenting itself to be a little bit on the easy side, these two are capitalizing, and then the sun is streaming down in its glory here this afternoon at the National Stadium. I look at Mansingh in the field, running, fielding. Looks good. He doesn't show any signs of any injury or whatsoever, but you'll never know. But I think at some time, Palmer has to rethink. Doesn't really have time to do that. 173 for the loss of 2. It's not like 173 for 7 or 8. He must actually get his leg spinner to bowl. He's a total different kind of bowler. It will make the batters think differently. Try something. You just can't wait for one of them to give their wicket away.
So Darvel Green is back into the attack. Sent down 3 very expensive overs this morning. Taken to the cleaners by both of these batters. He had some 5 boundaries taken off of him. After that, he was taken out of the attack, and now we're seeing him again. But he must try things to make something happen. Picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. He was the threat for the Volcanoes. So they sort of like neutralized that threat. No, he's actually playing some catch-up. He's coming from behind now, Darvel Green. In the first innings, he was on top. But nice partnership, 154. is what you call a commanding positions now for the volcanoes.
And this is what you want to see. You have taken an advantage of inducing that 116 lead on first innings. You want to capitalize. Jamaica came out, picked up that early wicket. But these two are perhaps the most senior players, along with Ambrose, who is yet to come. And certainly they're setting high standards.
Darvel Green trying to get into the head of the captain of the Volcanoes, or maybe just telling him he loves the flowing cover drive. Hodge went away earlier in terms of his scoring. Hattonese has caught up now, so they're neck and neck again. Look at that lead, 290.
Look at those, 79, 78. Both these boys. I think their mindset is to get to triple figures. And after a long time, we went very well to see two batters locked in a partnership here at the stadium, scoring centuries.
Hello to all of you at the GNS, at Grenada National Stadium. We are at Guyana National Stadium now. Hello to everyone in St. George's.
Have any words for the ground staff in Grenada?
They were asking me for pepper pot. The last time I was there, they wanted some pepper pot. I need to give them some pepper pot. They will get strong and ready for the challenges of pulling covers and marking and so on. Lovely guys in Grenada. Hills Have Eyes. I remember some of those places.
Tell me more about that. Hills Have Eyes.
Grande Tang and so on. Hills Have Eyes is actually a place, it's a hill. Instead of a street name, that's how they describe it. Hills Have Eyes. So we're accustomed to streets and wards and so in Guyana. Yeah, that one, Hills Have Eyes, is part of the St. George's Parish. And literally way up a hill. And you can see the National Stadium from that area. It takes about maybe 4 minutes to drive from Hills Have Eyes to the National Stadium, but about 15 to 20 minutes of walking.
And I got a little bit jealous in Guyana, watching you being presented with a beautiful hat. Tell us about that hat. It was given to you by the Windwards Cricket Board, by a special gentleman.
Yeah, I told them that it was the first time doing commentaries in the Windward Islands for their regional tournament. And they opted to leave me with a nice token of their appreciation for me being there. Yeah, Dr. Kishore Shallow presented me with that hat. He actually endorsed it for me, along with the president of the Grenada Cricket Association, who's also vice president of the Windward Islands Cricket Association. Overgone, 174 for 2. The hospitality was second to none in Grenada. It was really good. And I learned about the systems in place for cricket development, not only in Grenada, but in the entire Windward Islands. Because the president of the Dominica Cricket Association was across. Miles Bascom and Dr. Kishore Shallow from St. Vincent and the Grenadines were there. And of course, Dwayne Gill from Grenada. Only Julian Charles I did not interact with on that little 2-week tour. But it's not plans in isolation. All the islands that make up the Windward Islands singing from the same hymn book, literally. So it's nice to see that that was happening. And Dr. Kishore Shallow, very open about his plans as well. And he presented that hat to me. I have it. I will wear it tomorrow.
And that's so nice. And that's how we should live as a region. I mean, West Indies cricket belongs to everybody. So when you can get that partnership going, that camaraderie, it tells about the strength of the chain so that we are able to progress together. And that's good to hear, that the islands that make up the Windward Islands, they have come together with one strategy for the development of their islands. And that's excellent. We wish them all the best.
We've been calling for Man Singh, and here he is now. in the attack, replacing Harty. Harty bowled 5 overs, none for 27. Did not keep the pressure at all. Did not build any pressure at all, Harty. He's out of the attack. And now Mansingh, Abhijay Mansingh. Right arm leg break bowler. Going to the left-handed Athanaze. Oh, just a little bit of a bad bounce. And they'll allow runs. You do not want to give away unnecessary boundaries. But on that occasion, a little bit of a bad bounce to the fielder. 4 runs.
Well, what he tried to do there, Mansingh, was to give it generous flight, but the line was wrong. And with Athanaze in this mood, driving through the offside continues to look good. And then a misfield. He got the boundary, but nothing wrong with him looking to exert generous flight on the delivery, but he must get the line and the length correct.
Captain Palmer was the one who actually allowed that ball to go through. So need to lead from in front, skipper.
Now, John, that was well flighted again, inducing the batsman to come down the track. And because the ball got big on him, he managed to drop the bat on it. But a little moral victory there for Mansingh.
There he is, looking for another boundary. Will get it. Hitting back over the head of the bowler. Down towards long on. And now, leg spin or no leg spin, Athanaze giving him the charge and getting a boundary.
Good use of the feet here by Athanaze. So he has looked very comfortable against
For another
pace
boundary,
and
will get
spin.
it.
And this augurs well for the development of the youngster. Nice to see a West Indian using his feet, getting to the pitch and going over the top.
Just like what? Oh, chance for run out, but at the wrong end, Lug. Leroy Lug at mid-off stopped it. And there was Athanaze charging to the non-strikers end.
Getting to the pitch and
The
going
message
over
is very
the
clear
top.
from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They want to get on with things quickly. See a form drive.
Just
in
like
the
what?
Oh, chance for
What's
run out, but
happening here?
the
Even
wrong
Mansingh
end.
could have done a little bit better, but he didn't know where the ball had gone. So this is what you call lack of anticipation. And you have to anticipate what is happening. You saw the batter coming down the track. He was looking for the single. I mean, look, throw to the correct end.
Dot ball to end Mansingh's first comeback over. Like they did to Darvel Green, he was a threat earlier. Hit him out of the attack. You can see there is a plan now to hit Mansingh out of the attack. 2 fours. You're an attacking leg spinner. Don't need to be too disheartened by that. They will come again. You must be able to stick to your game plan as well, Mansingh. Lead 298 now in the Jeet.
Good strategy, I think, this, because the fielder was in and the ball was floated up to him. He has been seeing the ball as huge as a breadfruit. So no problem. Came down the track, blasted 1 for 6, and certainly scoring heavily in that over. Mansingh now 2 overs for 10 runs. So the run rate continued to mount. It has gone to 5.2. And if you're going to upset a bowler, upset him in the very first over. Green does not have the same venom he had in the first innings, John. And you look at him walking back to the top of his mark there. Just seemed to be something a little bit cold about him. But he's experienced and can bounce back.
Nice lateral movement. So once you can get that ball to tail back into the right-hander, it can become a handful here. But when Athanaze go on strike and he bowls to Athanaze, and that ball coming back in so sharp, Athanaze will have to be very watchful. So Darvel Green pretty much fresh. Been out of the attack for a long time. Tea is more than half hour away, so give it a good burst. You never know.
Of course, and this has forced the Jamaica Scorpions to rethink their field placement. They have dispensed with the second slip. They still maintain the gully. This is tight line and length. And Green is just in his fifth over, none for 27. We haven't seen that gingerly walk back to the top of his mark. I guess that is because he has not gotten a success here to motivate him. And here is where Palmer comes in. You know, how is it that he's going to motivate his charges out in the middle? Talk to his senior men. Rethink what's happening. What has gone wrong? I think they've allowed too many runs to be scored through the offside field. They didn't manage to curtail the runs. They didn't manage to pick up wickets.
All of the energy now seems to be gone from the Scorpions. The fielders now not getting into the position quickly to prevent the singles. So what was a dot ball turned into a single. But good awareness, good call from Kavim Hodge. Recognize that there's a single here and call is captured through. Lead now in the G, 299. The plan is to score quickly, you can tell from the body language since that drinks break.
Yes, and that is exactly what the Volcanoes are looking for. You know, sometimes, and it goes in life as well, not only on the cricket field, we take things for granted without realizing that time is constantly ticking away from us. And we might not have much of it. And by the time you realize it, you look up there, you see that so far the partnership is 164. And that lead, like you said, John, 299. Soon it's going to be 300. And that in itself, psychologically, is going to put a lot of pressure on the Jamaicans.
That's a very important single. Well, turning it into a double. But the lead now is 300 plus. 301 as the over comes to an end. Total 185 for loss of 2.
So they have been very, very fluent, both Athanaze and Kavim Hodge. They have picked the gaps. They look sound. They look solid. And, you know, I wish them all the best to go on to 3 figures. On the other hand, Jamaica, they'll badly look to pick up a wicket here. They must, or else the Volcanoes are getting away with this very, very quickly. More from you, John, and you'll be joined by Naim Chan.
Man Singh, 1 over, 8 runs came off, and he's out of the attack. Now, Kirk McKenzie is given the ball for the first time in this match. Former West Indies on a 19 player as well. Where is Jivar Royal? I remember Jivar Royal playing a big part for Jamaica in CPL. Looks like off break, first ball down the leg side, and another single easily taken. Where's Fabian Allen? Where are these guys in Jamaica's cricket? Naim, you would have spent a lot of time in Jamaica. I'm sure you can remember the history of Jamaica coming and dominate things. But you mentioned earlier as well, the Windward Islands always giving Jamaica a fight. Hello, Naim.
Always. It has been like this time immemorial. And at that time, the Windwards couldn't give an account of themselves, basically, in regional standings. Had a sparkle here or a sparkle there, but they were always beaten by most, if not all, the teams in the Caribbean. Now it seems a different story. You know, in class, when a teacher asks us a question, and you know the answer, you push your hands up to give that answer. If somebody asks me, what is going through Palmer's mind, I'll push up my hands. And I know what is going through his mind. What the heck do I do now? This is not about your bowlers not only giving you the justice you're looking for. This is, I think, that the batting out there, particularly at Atenes, there is no, the quality of bowling is nowhere close to bowling to the guy. It's like any side of the wicket. He makes it look easy. He's unruffled. He's very fluid. It's like poetry. Makes it look so easy. He's not exhausted, period. It's all fresh and calm and collective as ever, as though he just started to bat. Those are some high points I'm seeing in a young. I used to admire those qualities in Brian Lara. He never looks tired. Well, he has proven that. 500, 475, 375, 400, then 501. He has proven it. Atenes is not at that stage. But the fluidity, the fluency, the calmness, the composure, those are some of the very important ingredients. So simply put in a nutshell, Palmer is just asking, well, what the heck do I do? This is what I have in my artillery. This is what I'm using. I'm not getting any results, and it seems as though you put it on the offside, it's bang. Put it on the onside, it's bang. But undoubtedly, this is a high-quality display of batting responsibly and with all the consciousness in the world. That's the end of the over.
Remember, Atenes was dropped on 13, Naim Chan, and now he's on 90. And on the verge of another 100. He seems to like Guyana a whole lot. He played well against Guyana. Now, on the verge of a triple figure mark in Guyana.
Good to hear all of that. And of course, he's competing with other people for a West Indian position. I was wondering whether it may have been so good if he was an opening batsman or if he'd wished to switch roles. There are so many vacancies. Of course, young Tate Chandapal is already there. Everyone has got to wait their turn, I guess. So bright on my book, my notebook, Atenes dropped at 13. Now Atenes is 91. How are you doing, Clive?
I'm good. Enjoying the batting of the two young men, Calvin Hodge and Alicant Atenes. I think they've batted well. And they've really played well together, of course. Calvin Hodge came in early first, and he certainly played some wonderful shots. I think initially he was the one that took the attack to the Scorpions, and then Alicant Atenes, once he settled in, started to play some shots as well, and they've certainly taken this game. Well, they were always ahead in the game, but they've now put it, I think, out of Jamaica reach, out of the reach of Jamaica.
So they have everything in their favor, the Volcanoes. And that means right now as it is, maybe after tea, Atenes can inculcate as well as Hodge in his mind. Listen, it's free willy after this. I'm going to have fun out here, get to the 100 first, and then I can play as free as possible. But with all what I'm saying there, they have been playing free, even with the score, what they have brought it to. They have been played absolutely free. Chuck on the pad, big appeal. Yeah, it's given out. It was struck, going back a little bit, but Clyde Watts would have a look at that replay. Give us his thoughts on it.
Well, that's a delivery that was pitched up. He was looking to work it on the onside, looking for that big, expansive drive through mid-wicket.
Track on the pad.
And through mid-wicket, may have said he was a little unlucky. I want to say that he missed out on that because it was a ball that was full. It was on the pads. He was looking to work it through the onside. And the umpire would have judged that that would have been hitting leg stump. And so he raised the dreaded finger.
So that's after a very long time now, the Scorpions have got something to celebrate. They're not even in high spirits celebrating that dismissal. Not even in high spirits. Hodges gone for 82. It was a very good knock. I don't think it was the spearhead of the absolutely response by the Volcanoes. Athens was more at ease. Hodge seems to be the person who works for his runs. A lot of concentration. Absolutely. Track on the pad.
Yeah. Just maybe the umpire thinking that was going to hit leg stump. As a batsman, of course, you would be slightly disappointed. Ball was full, was on the pads, was looking to work it through mid-wicket. Probably would have been better advice to hit it up to mid-on position, but certainly the umpire was the man in charge, and he adjudged that to be hitting leg stump.
Massive partnership. Teacher boy tells me 171 posted in that partnership. Quite even Stevens' contribution. Look at Hodges' score. He's just out. His partner, Athens, he's not out on 91, so they were quite equal in their contributions.
Sunil Ambrose has come to the crease, and he's not a bad player either. He is somebody that a lot was expected of, had a few opportunities, never really grabbed hold of them. But he is a player, I think, that has some ability. I remember seeing him at same stadium, getting 100 on debut, and batted pretty well.
So Green a little pumped up now, peeling out off the outside edge. Ambrose, as he's prodded forward, looking for a drive that wasn't absolutely there. He was not in control, and it came off, peeling off the outside edge of the bat, going towards mid-off. He gets off the mark nevertheless. And at all times possible, he's going to give the strike as much as possible to Athens. That's his role. It's going to be supportive until he gets his sight in, where he can have some fun outside too. By 307, good score for the Windwards, and Ambrose can tell himself after the tea break, I'll have some fun myself.
I think there's no need for him to go wild. There's still 2 days left in this game. They just need to try and bat. Ambrose has not had the best of time this year as yet. And I'm sure he too would be thinking, I just need to try and bat, get me a decent score. Still a couple of games left in this tournament. And I'm sure he wants to mark his name. He wants the selectors to remember him as well. I think you've got to give Alec Athens some credit as well. Man that has just been on tour to South Africa. He's come back and he's rushed back to play for his country, realizing, well, I didn't get a game up there. I am in good nick. Didn't get an opportunity to bat. So let me come back and try and ensure that I stay in form, ensure that when the West Indies selectors are picking the next West Indies squad, that my name will be called.
he has this peculiar disposition, like he's not in a hurry, he's unruffled, and like he's never tired because he's light in weight, and of course, he's nimble, moves very swiftly, but he's like unruffled, very composed in his disposition. He looks like a batsman that can go on to bat for a very long time without getting exhausted. You got the impression that Hodge was really working hard for what he achieved. This guy is making it look easy. Big slug sweep. Let's wait to see. It's out of our sight. There you go. The umpire signaled. He makes it look very simple, no doubt.
Again, good shot, calculated.
Working
Shot,
hard
well
for what
pitched
he
up
achieved.
just on or about
This
the
guy is
off
making
stump.
it look easy.
Went across, slope sweep, got underneath it.
Big
And was able
slug
to hit
sweep.
it
Let's wait to
out
see.
the
It's out.
ground, 6 runs. Goes on to 97.
But his size is what amuses me and amazes me. The size of the guy, he just went down and like smacked it like a tennis ball. Straight over. And the stadium is international standard size. But it's very important. This is a first-class game that he registers that 3-figure mark. Get your name there. Some batsmen will take it all in singles. But he's a class act, so. There you go. There you go, Atenes. What kind of thing is this? Just so highly disappointed. I was just talking about, what about taking it in 3 singles? It was a short ball, an embarrassment for a ball almost. And this guy had all the time in the world. He just popped it into the hands of short mid-wicket. I am disappointed here. To be quite honest, I wanted him to get to that 100 mark.
Well, that's what, it's just a ball he was looking to work on the onside. Kept a little low as well, and I think that's what caused him. Because it just
He's
bounced
a
about
class act,
8
so.
inches from the ground, and he went under, just trying to push it away on the onside. Slightly short, he was back, looking to work it on the onside. Hit it in the air, and hit it straight to the man. Had to come forward a little. There you go. And actually
There
took a
you
very
go.
good catch. Had to come forward, but it was going straight to him. He would be disappointed that he got to 81 in the first innings and now 97 in the second innings. So he would be very disappointed. But at the end of the day, he scored runs in both innings for his team. First innings was a very precious situation when he got that 81. Now he's come back and got 97. I know he'll be very disappointed that he didn't get the 3 figures, but he certainly batted pretty well with some nice shots. And that partnership with himself and Hodge has really taken this game, I think, totally away from Jamaica.
So the man in his Justin Greaves, he had a 50 in the first innings, then picked up 6 wickets, bowling to the Scorpions. He's had a prolific match as well, and good to see him. A lot of those wickets, 4 out of those 6 wickets for Greaves, bowling to the Scorpions, came off the LBW route. So it was just a matter of keeping it straight. And but you know, in Atenes' case, I believe if they even kept it straight, he would have innovated on shots. He's simply a nice batsman to look at. Flurry of stroke play, and very almost poetry. You look at him. I've seen some good qualities, and I wish him all the best.
And the future of Windward Islands middle order looks very good. I think Cavell Hodge, Atenes, Justin Greaves, Sonny Lambris more or less, and then Justin Greaves. I think that's a very decent and handy battle lineup. And it could cost regional teams some trouble over the years. There's opening guy who's not playing in this game as well.
Dorval Green is going to, he had a good play in the first innings. He's going to try to put in as much as possible. Wasn't so impressive. He's just got a wicket, 1 for 33 off 6.1 overs.
And Kimani Milius is not playing in this game. He had a big 100 in the first round. He was injured. So the Windwards batting looking good. I'm sure they'll be thinking, well, we have to challenge now to win a championship.
But everything doesn't happen at the same time for you. It would have been good if they had the quality of Casper Davis and Cameron Coffey now in the squad to form this
They're
good
gone.
coalition.
They're gone. They had their time. Just like the two of us, we've had our time.
Yeah, it doesn't happen together. I think they definitely, the Scorpions would have to have something more in their arsenal, or artillery. Just work down the leg side. Just a little short on their attack. Because as you could have seen, the facial disposition of Palmer, like a sigh of perplexity permanently on his forehead. Like what exactly to do now? Running out of ammunition.
I'm not going to knock the bowling attack. I just think they've bowled well in this game. When you think that you've got Minley, Gordon, they've both been around for a little while. They've got some experience. Dorval Green has always been a good trier. And those are proven bowlers. The spin department, I don't think, has bowled well in this game. But I'm certainly going to knock them. They've got 6 bowlers. I'm just a little surprised that Ulai, who's the left-arm Chinaman and googly bowler, finds it difficult to make the side. I know he's had some problems with fitness and so on, but he is a good bowler, and he would have been a handful on this pitch.
Hard worker, Dorval Green.
What I'm not seeing from Jamaica is one of those tall, fast bowlers that they normally would have had. Big guys, Courtney Walsh, Michael Holding, Patrick Patterson, Franklin Rose, of the recent past. Most of the guys they've got now are smaller guys.
End of the over. Big score, 201 for 4, with a lead of 116, just in case you joined us late. So they're well over 300 now.
Of course, Jamaica had other people like Jerome Taylor and so on who were very good.
Lawson.
Lawson, I had a fellow named Washington. Dwight was his name, who was picked to play in a test match as well. Powell, Darren Powell. I understand he's now a politician in Jamaica.
But Jamaicans like what they do. You see it in them. They're at the ground practicing all the time. On Sundays, after church, all the mothers, even during the week, fathers, they're gathering at the tracks to support school athletics. They're always there behind their athletes. Short. I thought for a moment he would have been pulling it through the onside, but he decided to just go back and slide it between the solitary slip and the gully area. Picked up 2 nevertheless.
That was nicely played, actually. Delivery, that was just slightly short from Mackenzie. He went back and didn't try to hit it hard. He just placed it behind point on the offside. Nice looking shot, 4 runs.
It's not going to get a repeat. So it has been a very long day, more enjoyable for the Volcanoes. Massive total building up. They had 217 in the first innings, coming back a second time, 204 for 4. So it's an overall lead of well over 300. So in an absolutely strong position with 2 days remaining. 2 days on a session. I'm in the driver's seat. That's the end of the over.
And is it that the pitch is playing better as the game has gone on, or is it that the bowling was so good or the batting was so bad over the past 5 sessions we've had in this game so far? Because this session is nearly at a close. I think the bowling has been steady in the first innings. This Jamaica second innings, I don't think they bowled as good as they're capable of, like they did in the first inning, especially Green, who bowled in good areas, good line, good length, kept things fairly tight. I think what happened in the second innings, the Windward Islands batsman was so positive, especially Cavil Hodge and Athanaze, that it took away the advantage of that the bowlers had in the first innings from them and started to score and score freely. And I think the Jamaican Scorpions didn't have an answer to that partnership.
Walked into the onside. This is going to go far, but not inside of the boundary. I like the word took away. Athanaze and Hodge literally snatched it, bullied the Scorpions, and took it away. Took away the advantage. Not by guess, but by application and some master stroke play as well. Tees around the corner. So they're going to come out and bat after tea. In your opinion, Clyde, let's assume they get to 300 at tea time. They'll still go to bed and come out tomorrow and continue.
I think it's still a lot of time in this game. The pitch has no devil, and one never knows in cricket what's going to happen. I know I've said that the Volcanoes has the advantage, and I said they're playing Jamaica out of this game. But one never knows. The lead now is 322. But one never knows what can happen on a good day. Somebody from the Jamaican team come out and play out of their skin. Palmer has done it before. He scored big hundreds. You know, you've got Bonner in that take-up as well. And we saw Green in the first innings looking good. So there is some capable players. It's just that they've got to go out there and do it in the middle.
So Mansingh, we had seen him in the previous innings, bowling from the southern end. He's operating now from the northern end. The Jamaican feeling has been pretty good, Clyde, over the past two sessions. Well, generally, I think the entire match we've had relatively good fielding. The catch was put down with Athenaeus, we saw that, made a note of it. Other than that, they've been pretty tidy.
Yeah, there've been one or two little misses and fumbles in the field, but I think they've been fairly tidy. Former police officer enjoying the game.
Wonder which side is he backing?
Loves his cricket. He's always at the stadium to watch cricket.
Full toss. Not taken advantage of. I think that Greaves is probably conscious that, listen, T is around the corner. I don't want to get out here. No chances. I'm going to close up shop, have my tea, and then come back out, see what happens then. Good bit of feeling at cover. I think that's Palmer. No, just turning the wrist on it, getting it into the onside. Short, fine leg. It's taking a single, ambling. There's a little paleness I'm seeing in the Scorpions, maybe wanting a cup of tea and some rest and come out back. I'm not seeing this exuberance, support. Earlier I was hearing them in the field. Come on, Merchant. That's in short supply now. Absolutely no hurry. I'll take the ones and the twos. End of the over, 210 for 4.
And obviously they're batting to try to get to T. Just maybe last over before T. Both batsmen here thinking, well, get to T and then come out after T and try and set the pace again, try and dominate this game as they have done today.
But that's what you'll see from a leg spinner from time to time. Leg spinners has this tendency of their hand going a bit far away from their ears. Off spinners, they're kissing their ear almost as they deliver.
So, with T just around the corner, 211 for 4 with a lead of 327 runs. Jamaica would be not too happy, whilst the Volcanoes would be very happy. 327 runs lead, and Just have to come after tee as this is cut away nicely past. Slip position goes into the boundary for 4. Bison and Lambris, good looking shot.
Surprising, Clyde.
Devon-
This is
Devon
over
runs
number
lead.
53, I think, in progress. No,
Just
but
have to come
remember
after
they
tee
bowled
as
to
this
the,
is
the
cut away
Jamaicans were
nicely
batting this
past.
morning as well.
Slip
So,
position
in for the
goes
day.
in. You had to say for it.
What did I say?
You said surprisingly 43 overs.
You didn't allow me to complete. So it's a total of 53. And although we had seen a lot of spinners operating, so already you start calculating the quota for the day has to be bowled.
Well, it's two innings, 2 overs for the innings, change around. So they're just behind about by 5.
And yet a lot of spin too. We've seen the spinners in action.
Well, you got to look at this because the Windwards Volcanoes bowled the seamers all morning, and they would have taken up that. I think they would have taken up that little extra time.
So that's T. Just looking at the spinners here. Marchant 6 overs, Mansingh 4, Harty 5, that's 15. Mackenzie 4, 19. So 19 overs of spin actually. But earlier this morning it was all seam. So that's T. Day number 2. The Volcanoes in a very commanding position, 215. 215 for the loss of 4. So massive lead. They're going to go into tea, come back afterwards. Clyde Butts is adamant that they would not be necessarily thinking about a declaration this afternoon, or unless they're bowled out. That's the only way. But a declaration is not foremost, occupation and scoring. So we expect them to come out to bat after tea and try as much as possible to bat until the close of play. So that's tea time. We're going to be back in just a while. straight up at the top. That's a little to the left. So let's go. So welcome back to the National Stadium. Had a nice little snack, cup of coffee. The players, I guess, would all have been entertained in their dressing rooms. And they're going to come out back for the final session today, day number 2. And I'm emphasizing day number 2 because in day number 2, for all of this to happen, 20 wickets first, and then the Windwards, the third side batting, 4 wickets already gone. But in all of that scenario that I'm trying to paint, lots of things had happened. And in a nutshell, the Scorpions have found themselves in hot water. Hot water. Because the lead now, the Windwards batting a second time, the Volcanoes, well over 300 here. And look at the scoring rate. They have been maintaining this scoring rate for almost the entire innings. The overall lead now, 331. So they're in an absolutely commanding position. And I think all owing to Athenaeus, who made 81 in the first innings and now 97, 15 fours, 1 6. And Hodge, equal to the task, 82. And he faced 107 balls. Athenaeus faced 100 balls. Hodge was very watchful and a sparkling innings. 9 fours, 1 6. But it was Athenaeus that stole everyone's attention. I think he's an absolute super making batsman for the future. As I've mentioned and repeating all the time, it was just left for me to see him face up to good international bowling. After that, the ingredients are all decorating his style, his disposition. This guy looks like he would not get tired batting for days. He's nimble, very light on weight and on his legs. He's gracious, he's watchful, everything. And I seem to remember a lot of those attributes at Brian Lara. He's always composed, never ruffled, always unruffled. And so Athenaeus, in my opinion, has a very, very far way to go. He made 97, as I said, and so he's gone now. Hodge gone. The partnership was 171. So brilliance all over from the Windward Islands. At the moment, before John comes in, the 2 batsmen at the crease, Justin Greaves, the scores are all there on your screen for you to see.
Hello, Naeem. Good afternoon to our viewers near and far. That second session today, some 130 runs from 27 overs, 2 wickets going down. The 2 set batters, Hodge and Athenaeus. So that scoring rate, like you mentioned, continues to be very high for the Volcanoes. And some other scores in the other matches. Barbados Pride, 322 in their first innings. The Leeward Islands bowled out 154. The other match in Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana in their first innings, 324. In reply, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 160 all out. Runsford beaten 4 wickets, Kemo Paul 3. And Veerasamy Permaul, 3 wickets in the process, passing Nikita Miller to now become the regional most successful bowler in terms of wickets. 512 to him, Nikita Miller, just passing him with 511.
Good, Veerasamy Permaul, congratulations. All the boys here in the commentary box, good job, well done, Guyana. So what is happening from an assessment is like some of the teams are willing to bat. That means the pitch was quite okay to bat on. We're seeing this at the National Stadium. We saw it with the Barbados game. Now we're seeing it with the Trinidad-Guyana game. So the action is back to the National Stadium. 215 for the loss of 4. So 55 approximately overs gone. So we need to we've got a quota with the 2 hours more to go. Although a lot of spin have been bowled or has been bowled, and so they might just fall on time with the scheduled closing time.
Good running, and still a fumble, still not with the ball yet, and they will come back for 3. That compounds the problem with the Jamaica Scorpions. A direct hit.
Overthrows now.
No, they're not going to
Go for it.
not going to chance the arm there. But Darvel Green had a bit of fumble, did not try to recover fast enough to get the throw in, and eventually the batsman came for the 3rd. That's when the throw came in, but it was too late despite the direct hit.
I was saying just before tea,
And he will come back for 3. That compounds
the problem. Movement
with the Jamaica
body
Scorpions.
language,
A direct hit.
disposition and personality of the Scorpions. They're not cheering on their colleagues, urging them, calling on the bowlers, clapping and congratulating them. It was getting in short supply, as I said, just before the tea interval. It's continuing.
So Nikita Miller is now the assistant coach of the Jamaica Scorpions. He's here. And now over here, Sammy Parmal going past him to become the new record holder for the bowler with the most regional wickets. Well done. Left arm spinner replacing a left arm spinner. Parmal. Congrats again, like Naeem said.
So Clyde Butts is of the opinion that they should bat out because 2 long days ahead, should bat out. My thinking is if they get to 300, that means they have to bat and score in this session, and you can have half an hour to go at them this afternoon. That's the Scorpions to come into bat. But the Volcanoes must get close to the 400 figure. So the asking will be pretty tall order for the Scorpions. If they could only muster 101 in the first innings, 400, well, you know, there's Bonner, there's several of them can come out there and hit the ball around Logs himself, Palmer. So we'd have to wait and see what the thinking of the Volcanoes camp is. That's the end of the over, 221 for 4.
Nice sunshine again, Naeem. And if you look at the Jamaica Scorpions in the field again, you mentioned look a bit lethargic. But this sunshine is not easy. You can drain whatever energy you have there. That break should have done them a little bit of good. Come back now to give it maybe a good 20 minutes, half hour. Try to break this little partnership that is developing. Remember Ambrose, international experience, Greaves as well. But Greaves got a half century in the first innings, 6 wickets as well. So he's high in confidence. He can be a handful if you allow him.
So they've gone for the first run very quickly. That's good cricket. I like that. Step on the gas, get the first run as quickly as possible so you can challenge for a second and a third. I was particularly complaining about that in the last inter-county 4-day game, Guyana's domestic season. On several occasions, the first run was not taken very in a hasty way, so paving the way for a second or a third. Darvel Green has put a lot of energy in his bowling, particularly the first innings. Second time round, not that he's lethargic, he's bustling in, but he has not been able to bowl as well as he did in the first innings, where he picked up 5.
Athenaeus, and before him, Hodge took a liking to Darvel Green in his first 3 overs. 26 runs came, and he was forced out of the attack. I think they pretty much nullified his little threat. That's why when he was out of the attack, came back in, got the breakthrough. Now he's getting an extended run. Got a big wicket of Hodge earlier. Nice bounce now, extra pace. Looks a different bowler than when he was being hit around the park earlier.
I guess sometimes things happen to you, a little break. It's like even doing something else other than cricket. You may take a break, and when you come back, you get back your composure and your rhythm. We used to play a lot of pools, and after a time, you seem to lose this rhythm. You take a rest, do not play, just stay away from it. When you go back, you seem to get it all back again.
I think that happens in most situations. That's why there's something called annual leave when you're on a job, vacation. Give yourself some time to miss the environment and go back fresh.
If I grow old very fast, it's because of those things that what you're talking about, because it's about for 15 almost consecutive years, I did not get, I got my vacation leave, but utilized it to travel for cricket. They always discounted it for me, so it was never to be home, to relax.
Nice defensive technique. Hodge on strike. Sorry, Greaves on strike.
Look at that, the current run rate in a while. It has been there all the while, right through the innings. 4.92 at one time, just going over the 5 mark, coming back to 4 point something, always close to 5. So really, they have dominated. The Volcanoes have dominated the Scorpions. Scorpions have been quite venomous. This is going towards the boundary. I don't understand this. Clyde Bott says it's okay. If you miss it with your feet, you're going to be ridiculed by your captain, your selectors will get angry with you. That's as simple as bending your back and just getting the ball. It's not football. There was a boundary that was saved, incidentally, where he was just kicking at the ball rather than bending. He was there in time, in position to stop it with his hands and using his feet.
Yesterday morning, we saw just the Volcanoes flag. In the afternoon, we saw the Jamaica flag joining the Volcanoes flag. Today, we're seeing the golden arrowhead coming out.
It's refereeing in the middle.
But it shows the wind as well, Naim. There's a bit of a wind this afternoon. You mentioned with the tide coming in from the Atlantic Ocean, it tend to pick up. Harty to continue.
Well, I hope Harty had a hearty tea, and back out now he's going to show his exploits. He's had 6 overs, no maidens, none for 33. Everybody was going practically at 5 and over, because that was the scoring rate in the Windwards second innings. So what's your take, John? If they get to 380, 390 overall lead, with the lead, you think that they want to try something funny, get the Scorpions to bat, maybe half an hour, 45 minutes this afternoon?
Seeing the way the Volcanoes played their last 2 games without enough time to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago Red Force first round, without enough time to bowl out the Guyana Harp Eagles in the second round, both games ending in draws, they will want to give themselves enough time to go at Jamaica Scorpions in this game, already with a sizable lead, 343. Today is just day 2. I think they perhaps will go just for 1 hour tomorrow morning if they're not bowled out.
Flicked away, backward square, just a single.
Yeah, sorry, and it's not about looking for a target to set. but it's time because they're looking at the Jamaica Scorpions not batting very well overall. Despite this partnership of 30 now, the Jamaica Scorpions struggling. So that's what the Volcanoes will want to take advantage of. Good delivery from Harty.
I will go with what you say. If I were the Volcanoes captain, I have them in my hand. Go for the extreme, the punishment. This afternoon, you never know what Bonner and the other comrades can do. So you may as well, let's stay out this afternoon. 2 days is a lot of time. So let's come back tomorrow morning, bat a half an hour, and send them in 40 minutes, 45 minutes before lunch, and start having a bowl. That's the end of the over, 228 for 4.
So welcome to Providence, home of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Hunting ground for the Harpy Eagles and also the Guyana Amazon Warriors, Naim Chan.
I guess nobody bothered to take it down. But it's not in the wrong country, however you put it.
CPL finished since last September. The material on that flag must be very strong because the high wind here at Providence, that change of weather, rain, sun, we had lots of those as well. So good material.
So the stands have been bare again. We saw one police officer, I understand. Good work from Dorval. At least he's alert. That's very good. Missed the stumps, nevertheless.
We've seen that Guyana Amazon Warriors flag. It was right here at Providence that Jamaica Tallowers won the CPL title last year. The finals here at Providence. We've seen Nicholson Gordon had a fantastic tournament. He's here playing. Head coach at that time, Chef Narayan Chandapo, a local hero. Sir Curtly Ambrose assisting him.
Earlier, Inderjeet was reading out the schedule for home series. And so it's a lot of cricket in the Caribbean. The dates and the venues weren't listed, but I guess Guyana would be among those. India, Ireland, we got a women's tournament. So a lot of cricket done. CPL. I'm wondering whether we should move in some mattresses for the boys.
Forget about the mattress, Naim. Some hammocks would be perfect. Wind here is extremely nice.
Inderjeet has a very long journey, so he might want to camp. I think so. Have some fun with the boys.
Tomorrow is March 17. 29 years ago, Shiv Narayan Chandapal made his debut at Border. That frail-looking 19-year-old walking out at that time. So tomorrow's the anniversary of that. Something that not only Guyana, but all of the West Indies, the Caribbean, should be proud of.
That's the 1994 match, right? England against the West Indies. That was my first test match also in commentaries. It seems as though I followed Shiv around because since his first class career and debut, Sheikh Mohammed as well, that was Albion. Sheikh Mohammed, it was his first game there too. But it's always a pleasure, and there's so many fun memories with cricket, and not only about the cricketers, but even your colleagues. A lot of fun time And in those days, when we go out of the city, all the journalists, newspaper journalists, radio journalists, television journalists, we all catch up after play at the hotel, sit together, talk cricket. Some of them would have a little drink, but it was all a merry, merry atmosphere. That merriment still exists among the commentators now. And yet, on occasions, we'd have the commentsmen with us too. I remember Colin Croft entertaining us at the Gaisuku building. Sir Vivian Richards one time too. It's all old-time story. Which helmet I broke. But it's so nice to sit. You're like kids, and these guys are relating all these experiences. And you saw those matches, but you didn't know all of that happened.
Too close to cut. And those fierce competitors on the field, so gentle off the field.
Absolutely, John. I proved it with Sir Vivian Richards. I looked at him as a kid, never saw him smile. But after he was giving comments, and in the afternoons we were smiling, we played 2 games of pools.
Some persons would ask, when you guys get together, is it all talk about cricket? I said mostly, because that's what got us together. That's what is in common. But also we have other lives, other circles of life. So we veer off a little bit now and again, but it's mainly cricket. A nice steady over from Harty comes to an end. 228 for 4.
Harty has been more impressive after tea than before. I think he has come out and posed at least some problems for the batsman. Good afternoon, fellas. There's that police officer, extreme left, front row. Well, that's what somebody said. He's a police. He got to be retired, I guess. He's very cylindrical now. It comes with retirement and money.
Looking at his hairstyle as well. That is also part of it. Derval Green.
Or lack of it thereof. Nice shot into the offside. Good save as well. Good cricket.
So that single break in a series of dot balls. 2 consecutive maidens sent down. And I am the one and only Chan.
We poke a lot of fun over the years with colleagues. The newspaper journalists, we were so close you think we were working with the same company. Frederick Halley, Donald Dove, good afternoon to all of you. Wonderful guys. And I mean, they were from different entities, so you're not even supposed to share information. But you'll be surprised at the camaraderie with all of us. We ate together. I don't want to go further. Nothing like slept together, but the camaraderie was absolutely joyful, and that's over the years. Can't recall us getting into any heated stuff, argument or anything like that. Come on, Derval Green, let's get some fire from you. Scorpions need a breakthrough.
You asked for a fiery delivery. You got one. The edge found. There's a toe end of the bat of Greaves, but falling short of the keeper.
Come on, Derval
Going
Green,
away
let's
to his right,
get
but he
some
did well
fire
to stop
from
it.
you.
Thomas?
Scorpions need. But you know what's in my mind? Look how easy
You asked for
Athens made it look. And look how difficult it seems it has become. It's a different tier, different class, different... area of mastery, controlled shot. Reeves is not finding his rhythm. He had an absolutely blast in the first innings, got a 50. But he's come back in the second innings, not displaying that confidence, in spite the Windwards are so well positioned.
You mentioned Atenes and the ease in which he scored his runs. I would like to use the word nimble on his feet, because if you look at how he was maneuvering himself in that crease, whether forward, back, or lateral, getting into position very quickly. Not a big man, not a big, strong guy. Times the ball very well, plays the ball on its merit. A very good wrist as well.
Looking at Athenaeus, you don't believe he can hit a six. This guy is probably just over 100 pounds, and he's smacking it with absolute ease. The timing is supreme.
6 of his runs came in boundaries of 97, 15 fours and 1 6. 100 balls faced. He did not allow the bowling to get on top of him.
Full toss, struck into the offside field. End of the over. So the Volcanoes working on their aggregate, getting it to pile on, and they're not in any hurry. Not that they were in a hurry when Atenes and Hodge were batting, but they dislodged the bowling. Here's this beautiful scene out in the Demerara River. The Demerara River is maybe just about, half a mile from here, west of us. We are very close to the Demerara River. Demerara, over from Patrick Harty. Demerara River, of course, one of three, and it's the smallest of the three, but the busiest commerce and trade. All the ships come in right at the Demerara River.
Demerara River getting even more busy the last few years, Naim. Yes, with a new found oil and gas. Lots of movements on the river, especially with materials not able to use the road because of size and weight. So the Demerara River adequately in terms of transportation.
Well, they're spending tens of millions dredging it. That's a sweep slug down to backward square. Would not get the boundary, can't find it. But the important thing here is to pile on the score at the runs, 2 by 2, 1 by 1, and the aggregate. It's showing. It's showing. Look at the scoring rate. It has kept one way, over 4.5. Palmer and Bonner, especially, I think they need to come with a revenge when they're replying. Revenge doesn't mean blasting the ball all over the place, but to bat for a long time and see the possibility of overhauling what is going to end up to be a big score. It's already 349 lead overall. It's the end of the over, 233 for 4. So I possibly can see them getting close to the 300 mark. That's the Demerara Harbor Bridge you're seeing in the background there, which stretches over the Demerara River. And there's a big shore base that hundreds of millions of US is being spent. All this. My country before this was so inactive. Like it's gone crazy. So they're going to have a new bridge right within the same vicinity. But it's high rise, So this one, I guess, will be taken out. It will be a 4-lane bridge, high rise. So you might very well have this coming out. I think the government is contemplating to put it at other rivers, the Kurupakari, that's getting into the hinterland to bridge those rivers.
Transportation, very important, especially time in which you move from one place to the next. Very essential. Change in bowling. Nicholson Gordon is back. I like his approach to the game, Nicholson Gordon. Usually one that will bend his back, try to wake up a dead track. One slip on a gully now. A point on the Windward Islands Volcanoes batting this season. Runs already off Gordon. They'll come back for the second. Good running. Just a loosener from Gordon. A little bit of room outside the off stump. This is the sixth time the Volcanoes batting in this year's tournament. They've just had one score under 200, 168 in the second innings against the Harp Eagles in Grenada. Other than that, they've been consistently getting 200-plus scores. As a batting unit, they're doing very well. And that scoring rate on the 5 runs and over consistently, when you do that consistently to oppositions, you frustrate them. And this is exactly what is happening again. That's why they're controlling this game against the Scorpions.
I'm very glad that the Volcanoes, they're developing a strong team. I've described them over the years, and they always had a battering, except with their weakest team, it seems as though they always hassle Jamaica. I don't know what the rivalry is about. Look what's happening out there. They'll have to settle for just one. And I'm glad the team, they're finding their way. There's some other players who are not here at the moment. But good to see them developing a strong team. Congratulations. And you've got a few of these guys that will develop the Windward Islands cricket to a very, very high position. Because in those days, they had Donley Joseph, Eugene, and a few others that they depended on so much. So much so, Junior Murray was practically a star batsman for the Windwards. And, well, Junior Murray ended up, I think he opened for the West Indies on trial, really. But no flamboyant batsman, but very, very good keeper. I've seen Junior Murray keeping to the Pacers, those time Cameron Coffey and Casper Davis keeping right up to the stumps. Very fast and effective. He also went on, of course, to keep for the West Indies. Shot square of the wicket. Can't get the boundary, though. Palmer has certainly plugged some of the loopholes deep down in the boundaries, even when Ant Atenes was there batting.
Junior Murray recently made his debut again. But this debut, in terms of commentary, the last few matches that were played in Grenada, he made his way into the commentary box. And just like the bowling you mentioned, he handled the commentary very well. He was on the ball again.
Nicely knocked down at cover. Good work. Now they're going to get some overthrows. Striking the non-striker's end. Getting another one. All in cricket, I guess. So if you're missing out on some of the things, 171 partnership between Athenaeus and Hodge. Excuse me. But I'll make my way because Inderjeet, I guess, is always with all the stats, he'll fill you. Good afternoon, Inderjeet.
Just before Inderjeet comes in, Cricket West Indies as well, we'll be having a camp for emerging women players at Coolidge Cricket Ground from March 16 to 30. That's tomorrow to the end of the month. The squad includes several players with international experience, and they will work under the guidance of Steve Liebert, head coach of the West Indies Women's Rising Stars on the 19s program. So these are under 25 players being selected. I look at the take on Harty. Ambrose. So a nice young bunch of players gathering. And it's not just from one location, throughout the Caribbean. With different skill set as well. So they'll go back to their respective territories when matches are played, when competitions are called. So we'll have that distribution of talent. And pretty much everyone will be well oiled when competition is called. Allow me, Inderjeet, to call a few names, if not all. Ornisha Fontaine, Shabika Gajnabi, Janelia Glasgow, Shanita Grimmond, Trishan Holder, Zeta James, Janaba Joseph, Kiana Joseph, Ashmini Munisar, Abini St. Jean, or St. Jean, Shalini Smaru, Chaneli Saw, Kaisia Schultz, Steffi Sugrim, and Kate Wilmot. Punch down the ground for a single. So 3 singles in the over, bowled by Harty. The lead way past 350, now it's 358. Inderjeet, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, John. Yes, and the Volcanoes continue to build this pressure up against the Jamaican with the 2 prize wickets of Athenaeus and Hodge going after one another, 82 to Hodge, 97 to Athenaeus. Jamaica felt at that time, that they have made some inroads after suffering a long period without taking a wicket. But then these 2 guys, Graves and Ambrose, they have come together, and so far their partnership is worth 44. Congratulations to them.
In the air, taken. So Justin Graves to the half century in the first innings, not able to carry on in the second, holding out for his Ambrose, in fact. So then Ambrose. So wicket number 5 going down now. Ambrose there, look at the clear mid-off. Got it a bit too high and is caught by the fielder running in and around.
Yes,
A breakthrough coming.
Exactly. So let's see what went wrong there for Sunil Ambrose. Well, he was looking to go over the top there. Didn't got it in the meat of the bat.
In the air,
Actually
taken.
strained, popped it up in the air, and Palmer took a good, simple running catch. So the breakthrough has come, 242 for the loss of 5 wickets. And John, I did hear those names that you call out as the new batter makes his way out in the middle.
Tevin Walcott is striding to the middle, but you can see Nicholson Gordon rolling his fingers across that ball, getting it to pretty much like a leg cutter. And that's what beats an Ambrose. And the ball went high in the air. He did not get a distance he was looking for. There you see, rolling his fingers across. In the air,
Very
taken.
well moved away a little from the right-hander too. Good for Nicholson Gordon, he has picked up his fourth wicket in this second innings.
A good running catch from Merchant. Was that mid off?
Yes, John, you mentioned that camp for West Indies female cricketers. You called those names. And I think that's the way to go, especially around the Caribbean, where you do not have a prolonged structure. Now many territories are starting to put things together to create that new generation of West Indian female players. So it's essential that something be put in place, and I think the camp is necessary, and you called it right. Short, lifting delivery, a testing 1-2, 4 stop for Walcott. And it augurs well for them because they learn their skills and they'll come back to the different territories, and whatever programs they are placed under, they will certainly spread their knowledge. I know right here in Guyana, the Demerara Cricket Board, they have called, for players, female players, to go for practice sessions. They had 2 days of practice sessions at the Queen's College ground. And based on that, with further training, the Demerara team will be selected to take part in the female inter-county cricket tournament. So things are beginning to be put in place. Patterns, and there are trends that are taking shape. And no doubt they will bear fruits in the future. You're not going to have the immediate impact that we want to see. Louch out for leg before, to the mind of the umpire, might very well be going outside the line of the off stump. I've been joined once again by Clyde Button. To you, Clyde. And no doubt there will be Jamaica fighting back in the future. You're not going to have now by the Windwards Volcanoes is a healthy one. Impact that we want to see. Louch out for leg before.
That one was just pitched outside the off stump, coming back, but I don't think it did enough. And bouncing a little as well, and the batsman had played a strike. Played a stroke.
Athenaeus, along with Hodge, both were set for centuries. That was not the case. There's a huge difference between a 97 and 100.
It is, at the end of the day, everybody remembers 100. Hardly remember when you've got 90s and so on, even though it's far away. But hardly gets remembered. But certainly batted very well in this game, both innings. Played very well. And I remember a test match in England. Alvin Calitran got 2 80s. And apparently Sober said to him, so nobody remembers when you get 80s. You need to get hundreds. You need to get hundreds.
And especially in that generation of cricketers that West Indies produced at the time. 242 for the loss of 5.
What a player he was, Alvin Calitran. A complete batsman. In my opinion, that is. He was very good against faster bowlers and very good against the spinners.
And I saw a beautiful caption in one of the cricket magazines then. And I'll tell you about that caption. Calitran made 2 80s in Trinidad and Tobago at Port of Spain against England. John Snow was perhaps one of the best fast bowlers at the time. And Calitran went after him, got quite a few boundaries. And the next day, the newspapers carry an article that was further placed in a magazine. For the first time ever, snow is falling in the Caribbean.
He was a good player. He was a good player. Pitched up outside the off stump, pushed nicely into the offside. Immediately goes for that single. Greaves showing his worth again, Justin Greaves. He's on 24 and playing crucial innings for the Windward Islands, ensuring that they are very safe. The lead is 259, and a lot of us would be thinking, that's enough. But one never knows in this game what can happen.
And I like the look of Justin Greaves. Good with the ball, decent fielder, and very handy with the bat. And he can only develop, and a lot is left on him too, how he approaches career as it blooms. So the signs of some of these youngsters coming through, and with A-team tours being arranged by Cricket West Indies, the cream of the crop will be given an opportunity to play a lot of A-team cricket, which augurs well for the development of the
I like
red
that
ball.
word a lot. I would love to see that. I would love to see a lot of A-team cricket, but over the years, I don't think it has happened. And certainly, we would love to see some more of those tours, those developmental tours.
Well, recently, I think Mr. Graves of Cricket West Indies, he was talking on the Mason and Guest, 243 for the loss of 5 here, and he mentioned that they realize how important A-team tours are for the development of West Indies cricketers. They're in that process of arranging away and home tours for A-team players. One can only hope those things come to fruition. So Tevin Walcott out in the middle. He has faced 8 deliveries so far, is yet to score. He's another good guy that's handy with the bat. So few things are beginning to be put in place for the Volcanoes with a huge advantage in this match.
Yes, huge advantage. And I'm sure they will be thinking there's still 2 days left in this game. We're not going to throw our wickets away. This is a flat pitch. This is a good pitch. And it's not easy, really, if you decide to bat, to get somebody to run through a team, as we saw in the first inning.
And Clyde, as Palmer and his coach look back at this performance so far, especially in this innings where they're bowling against the Volcanoes. At one point, they weren't scoring freely, they picked up wickets, but then lost it some way. Where do you think they might be pointing fingers as to where they fell short as far as their strategy is concerned?
I would say at no time, or probably when you look at from the time Windwards started batting, which is 20, 30 minutes at the start of play, to tea time, did they contain the opposition? I think you allow them to score too freely, and that, I think, is what has put the pressure on them. They have come back nicely after tea. They've tightened things a little, but before then, certainly didn't, and I think that's where they totally lost the ball.
Yes, and I agree with you, because at that stage, I think they opened up the offside field. Even the bowlers changed their line of attack and thus created an avenue, an opportunity for both Ambrose and for Athenaeus rather and Hodge to capitalize, and we saw some lovely stroke play in that period.
I'm not taking anything away from Hodge and Athenaeus. I thought they batted really well, but at some time as a captain, you've got to be able to close on that sort of scoring that they were going after. It's not a one-day game. You can push back your field, you can ring your field, and you can defend a little until you get a wicket or two. This is soft dismissal. Ball pitched up. Walcott coming on the front foot, just looking to push it out on the offside, end up pushing it straight to mid-off. And an easy catch taken. And Gordon again, bowling in the right areas. And that's why I talk about what happened before lunch. You allow the game to get away from you. So now that you're getting a few wickets, you're pulling things back a little. But sort of scoring, I think the game, it's not a one-day game. You can push back your field, you can ring your field. And the horses.
Yes, they've placed a lot of pressure on themselves. And that's because Gordon is bowling the right length, the right line. Previously, a little bit too wide outside the line of the off stump consistently. And that did create the problem. Tevin Walcott is going to feel disappointed if he watches the video again to see the way he got dismissed. Poor shot selection, just pop the catch. You can't be doing that at this stage.
I agree with you totally.
Yes or no?
At times you've got to be able to understand what the cricket is about. Look to push the balls around and so on. And I say this because I want to mention Sunil Ambris, who is a player that has been there at the highest level. He's had a few opportunities. There's still talk about him around the region. But you look at the way he's gotten out in both innings in this game, and it's disappointing. He's coming when there was a partnership, when things were going nicely for the Windwards. And then you look at the way we get out. First innings, they were struggling, went to hit the off spinner over mid-off, hold out at mid-on. This innings, batting well again, then just decide he's going to try and hit the fast bowler over the top, got out caught at mid-off.
Good looking flick shot is going to bring Ryan John a few runs. He has opened his account 245 for the loss of 6. And tracing back Sunil Ambris, he played for the West Indies. Someone showed a lot of promise in his earlier career. By no stretch of the imagination, he's an old guy, just 29 years old. He had a strange start to his Test career against New Zealand, Clyde. You will remember he hit wicket force ball in December of 2017 in Wellington. And then Neil Wagner had him on the back foot as well, and he hit the stump as well. A strange start, and then another short ball brought a premature end to that tour. Wagner fractured his left arm. Never had time to settle down in Test cricket.
Yes, it was a rough tour for most of the batsmen on that tour, because I think New Zealand bowlers and people like Wagner, Southey, Bolt was still around. They were certain given their all, and they really put a lot of pressure on the West Indian batsmen. And I think most of the batters that went on that tour, it wasn't a happy tour for them.
Not at all. They were peppered with good fast bowling, lovely on drive down towards Long On.
Was that the Jameson 4 season as well?
Exactly.
I tell you what, he looked a handful in that series. He has struggled since, really, though, with injuries and so on. So he hasn't been around playing much.
And they had to play on lots of green surfaces there in New Zealand. Never easy against that caliber of fast bowlers.
Hence, when you look at somebody like a Kane Williamson and see the amount of runs that he has scored at home in New Zealand, you've got to take your hat off to that man. He is certainly a quality player. Certainly one of the players that I have a lot of respect for. You know, and the amount of runs he has scored in New Zealand, it's not that he's batting on a different pitch to other players, but I guess you've gotten accustomed to it as well.
Easy single there for the picking. And when you grow up on surfaces like those, 249 here for the loss of 6 Windward Islands Volcanoes in their second innings. You learn, once you have guts to play fast bowling, you learn how to cut, because you are going to get deliveries that will rise outside the line of the off stump. You improve in your hook shots, your pull shots as well, and the mindset of how the ball is going to play on pitches like those.
When to play, when not to play at deliveries, because you trust the bounce of the pitch as well. That helps, and I think the Australians are like that as well. When they trust the bounce when they're playing at home. Yes, they have struggled a little away from home, some of them. Not all, mind you. But they will enjoy themselves when they come to the Caribbean, of course, because our pitches are a little bit more easy pace. So, you know. But, having said that, West Indies have got to prepare themselves to play away from home as well on these type of pitches, because you know that your team is going to go to South Africa, you're going to go to New Zealand, you're going to go to Australia. And even when you think about Asia these days, the pitches normally are not the same as they used to be. They've improved tremendously. And think about it. India and Sri Lanka and so on have reasonable fast bowlers these days.
He's going in the air. He's going to clear the fielder. He does. And it's going to go towards the boundary for 4 runs. Brave-looking shot by Ryan John going over the top.
And I said, India have reasonable fast bowlers. I think that was a mistake. India has very good fast bowlers.
Yes, they had reasonable ones in the long gone by days, with the exception when they produce 1 or 2. But now there's a profusion of guys coming through in India.
Pakistan has always have good fast bowlers.
Pakistan, are you going to compare some of them for me, Clyde? You look at the likes of Waqar Yunis, Wasim Akram, Shoaib Akhtar. These guys are real quick.
Of course. And the thing is, somebody like an Akram, for example, probably the best left-arm seam fast bowler ever, swings the ball. Brian Lara said he's the toughest he's faced. He's the best fast bowler he's faced in his time. So it's not to say that these guys can't bowl. And the other thing about them, they didn't really need a pitch to bowl because they swung the ball a lot.
Yes, so true.
Imran Khan was quite a handful at any surface.
You saw him picked up 7 wickets, I think, for about 36. I might be wrong with that figures, but I know it's 7 wickets against West Indies at Border on what is a batting paradise.
Wicketkeeper here has just been struck. Let's hope he's all right. He's down on his haunches.
That one kept low, Clyde, might very well be on the ankles there. That can be very, very painful. I remember Shiv Chandrapal telling a story to an audience at the Unity Sports Ground about some experiences in Pakistan. 58 overs gone, 254 for the loss of 6. The West Indies, they were playing a test match there. And he was batting along with, I'm not going to call any names, but he was batting along with a Barbadian test player. And in his nice Barbadian accent, went up to Shiv and said to Shiv, the 2 of us are going to play out Wasim Akram and Waqar Yunis. And we're going to take our chances when the next guy comes on. So they played them. Shiv said to him, yes. They played them out, and then they had a change of bowling. So this little guy went down from the boundary and began to run in and come. But prior to that, he came up to Shiv and said, well, I'm going to go after this one now to free it up. And Shiv said, the first delivery just passed the ears of his partner, and it went something like zoop. And his partner went up to him and said, Shiv, who is that youngster bowling there, man? And he said, that's Shoaib Akhtar. That was the days of glorious fast bowling.
Yep. So there are always fast bowlers around the world now. So you're not going to get away from that. West Indies are the ones who started the procession with 4 fast bowlers. I mean, Australia really with Jeff Thompson and Dennis Lilly and Rodney Hogg and so on, but West Indies really followed it and used it to their advantage. And now we are struggling to produce fast bowlers. Followed it and used it.
Yes, we need to ensure that we get back to those days. That was a little bit up in the air, but fell well short of the bowler. That's Patrick Harty. Beating the field at cover, out towards the cover boundary. There's protection there.
And Shiv once told me, I was in New Zealand doing an interview at tea time, and when I came back, he said to me, I can't understand you. I said, what? He said, what you should have said, you did not. You should have said that all the big guys that gone, you know what? I'm not going to say it on here what he actually said to me, but he was implying that they did not produce. So,
yes, exactly. 59 overs gone, 256 for the loss of 6 wickets. And I remember once Sir Len Hutton was asked by a journalist, what's the best way to play fast bowling? And he replied, tell us that reply.
Get to the other end. I
Get
would
to
think.
the other end,
I
that's
would
right.
think. Get to the other end.
Yes.
Get a single and get to the other end unless you're with Richards or Greg Chappell or Brian
Yeah.
Lara, Sachin Tendulkar or one of those guys. Try and get off strike.
I'll tell you what Greg Chappell said. Greg was asked by a journalist what strategy you Australians use to play West Indies fast bowlers. And Greg said, all we said to the 2 opening batsmen, bat out the first 2. And the journalist went on and said, when the next 2 come on, what happened? He said, we said to them, bat them out as well. Those were the days.
Those were certainly the glory days of West Indies fast bowlers.
Maybe our present West Indian captain, Craig Brathwaite, should get some of our players to a pub, like Clive Lloyd did many years ago, and strategize there to see what West Indies can do. But that moment that Clive Lloyd took some of his fellas in a pub in Australia after they were beaten by Australia, and they said that this is what we're going to do. Pace like fire. We are going to create fast bowlers. We're going to play them. The rest is history. So Gordon, 2 for 59. Had some very, very good spells, some very good deliveries. Just straying a little bit outside the line of the off stumper.
Well, you look at the field and you can understand why. He's got a slip, he's got a third man, he's got a backward point on the boundary, he's got a point, he's got a extra cover, and he's got a mid-off. So he's started to bowl outside the off stump again.
Yes.
When you would have thought, Ryan John has come out, he's only on 6. You would be attacking him, try and bowl as straight as possible, get him out. He's bowling wide outside the off stump.
Yes.
Strange statics.
And I'm going to steal one over from Naeem Chan's spell, just to conclude that discussion on strategies used in facing up the fast bowlers. After this delivery, the lead is now 372. That's a lot of runs in the context. And still wickets in hand. Good delivery to end the over.
That's the sort of line you want to see him bowl to Ryan John. You don't want to see him bowling wide outside the off stump, allowing the batsman to just watch the balls go by. He's a new batsman. You want
Context.
to see him play. You want to get him out. You can try
And
that to
still
Greaves, but
wickets,
you want to get him out.
Yes, and getting back to Greg, as the players are going to take some water. Yes, I think the water boys will be going out. He said they created in the dressing room a discussion on awareness. And they asked their batters to just try this. Aware where the field placement is. Look at the bowler as he goes back to the top of his mark. Try to read his body language. And when he turns, you focus your attention right on him coming through. And you begin to look at him with, larger open eyes. And you call it fine focus right into the eyes of the fast bowler as he's about to deliver. So you can almost read his eyes to see what delivery he's going to bowl. He said sometimes it worked, sometimes it did not work. So we're going to take a little break and you'll come back with Clyde Butts and Naeem Chan.
Good. Welcome back to the National Stadium here at Providence in Guyana. Welcome to the broadcast, especially those people outside of our country. Short, first delivery after the break. Nice looking shot, Greaves, 31. Squaring it up on the offside. And look at the current run rate. We've mentioned this repeatedly. Just 5, under 5, sometimes just over 5. And they've kept it there all the while. So there's heavy speculation if they do not get out by close of play, what exactly they may want to do. And all arrows are pointing that they may want to go into tomorrow, still batting if they can. Beaten outside the off stump, outside edge, he's caught. He was plodding forward and took the outside edge and caught in the solitary slip. Some more trouble and more inroads for the Scorpion. It's good to see that the Scorpion can fight back and wend their way. At least it wasn't looking like that period when Athenes and Hodge were batting. To do. It was a lopsided one-side story.
All arrows are
it's
pointing
just
that
beginning to look different
into
now.
tomorrow. Still batting if they
7.
can.
Prodding forward, beaten in the air, outside edge, taking a slip, simple catch. And so wicket number 7, 258. Good afternoon to Clyde Butts.
That's a good delivery, actually, drawing the batsman on the front foot, and it actually spun away from him, got the outer edge, and caught at first. Good catch, actually, because you
want
have to
to
come
do.
forward, you have to go
And
and
all
take it down
arrows are
by
pointing
his
that they
ankles. So
want to
Jamaica
go into
Scorpions
tomorrow.
fighting back,
Still
258
batting
to
if they
7,
can.
and it just goes to show what one partnership can do, and it was the same thing in the
Outside
first
the off
innings.
stump,
One
outside edge,
big
he's caught.
Partnership, and the game has gone from you.
What I would like to see now, whether the Scorpions have to bat this afternoon or not, I want to see a big long innings from the leading batsmen of the side, in particular Palmer and Bonner, and or any one of them. So what, in effect, I'm asking for is to see good cricket. Strong reply. Time is not an issue. The pitch is basically not an issue until now. There's no problem, has been none, and it's still playing quite even Stevens. Larry Edward into the onside field, just a single. So it's all about if you have the desire and the appetite to bat, because that's what Hodge and Athenes have proven. So we'd like to see the Jamaican Scorpions proving the same thing.
And you look at that run rate and how they've pulled it back. It was 40, it was 5, 5.5, 5.25 and all the way up there. And now they've pulled it back and it's gone to 4.27. Next delivery. Bringing him forward. I think is he bowled? Yes.
They're celebrating.
Yes, he is bowled. He was coming on the front foot. Ball turned away from him, and he's bowled. He's bowled.
So indeed, you were trying to speculate what can happen this afternoon or
pulled it back. It
early in the
was
morning.
40, it was
All
5,
of that speculation has been
5.5,
put to
5.
rest now because it's staring us in the face that there's a very high possibility we can see the Scorpions batting this afternoon.
Right now they've pulled it back, and it's that ball actually turned. That pitch just on or about, just outside leg stump, and it spun a little, and he was playing across the line, spun and took middle and off stump out the ground. So well bowled. I'm sure Larry Edwards, who is out there batting, would be happy to see the ball turning.
back. We had some issues, technical issues. We've sorted them out. Good team work here in the commentary box. So we're here to resume 265 for 8. So the day is like petering out, paling away. At one time, that same word pale applied to what the body language of the Scorpions. They were slower. Of course, it's a hot day outside, but you could have seen the dejection in the body language, in the persona. But then they started to make inroads into the Volcanoes' batting, and things improved. They're now a little more energetic, animated, so to speak. I think we were at the point when we were discussing that we might very well see the Scorpions giving chase this afternoon. That one kept low. So Harty, since the tea break, has come back to impress a little bit. It's good to see that. He's been getting it to turn a little more. That one kept low a short while ago. And if we look at the scorecard, Harty has had 15 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 53. So he has pulled his way back, wended his way back into the fighting and the counting. But the star of the bowling so far, it's been shared. Mindley 2, Gordon 2, and Harty, of course, I just mentioned 2. 1 apiece for Green, surprisingly, and Mackenzie. Green is the guy that had a 5-wicket haul in the first innings. Mindley is back in the attack, and so is Clyde Butts.
Yeah, certainly things have been much tighter after tea. The Scorpions, they've kept things a little tighter. They've come back nicely. But just allowing the game to get away from them earlier on today. And they've got a tall order. They're behind by 362, still a couple of wickets to go. That's a very tall order, 382.
And it's not over yet. Here is when I test cricketers to know, as I mentioned before, if you're a cut above average. I did that with Athenaeus and Hodge in the second innings when things are not looking well, especially in their first innings. 41 for 3, I think, at one time. And they repaired the damage, Athenaeus and Greaves, on that occasion. So I'd like to see some sterling contribution or innings from the Scorpions when they go back to the crease. And
They'll
then
pack
I know
everything in the gift bag. You
this
manage.
one is a cricketer.
Sure?
Yeah, the
Came
gift
back.
bag we bring them one walk yesterday. But don't, when you carry the striker,
We've seen 2 off more often than not recently, even in the domestic tournament here, where people were not displaying the desire to want to bat in a 4-day game.
What's the name of it? Why does one pick out this camera?
I mean,
Some of them with
don't take
international
it out,
experience.
that's what I'm saying. Don't take it out, just fold up it. And if your foot can fold in, and you rest your foot from your shoulder and hand the camera.
Looking for Mindley, 10.4, 1 hit, 2 for 41.
What's
Can
that?
you describe that for me? What happened?
Hoping that I could see the replay.
I guess we'll wait on that replay for a while. It's Mindley again. Outside the off stump. I think that was a drop. Excuse me, please.
It was outside the off stump. It was wide. He was playing at it. Got the edge. That's a bad mistake. Yes, he had to go a little to his left, but it was knee high, and it wasn't that he had to dive. He just basically had to go to his left, and he was on to it. That's a bad mistake.
Regulation catch.
Gonna get an extra run overthrow as the batsman the fielder try to run out. Batsman with the strikers in.
I hope they don't pay the price for that again. They dropped Athenaeus at 13. He went on to make 97. They have just put down another catch. Well, I know it may not cost them that amount, but the cost I'm talking about is that these two can go on, put on another 20, 30 runs. That would be a big deal in the circumstances. It's good you highlighted, I think it was yesterday, how much the Windwards have progressed. And we were all listing the players, Athenaeus and the rest of Graves and all of them. But I don't think 15 years ago you could have seen the Windwards having so much of depth in batting. And it is good to see this for regional competition sake. And for people to stop looking down on you. You can give an account now of yourself. Great work in this game so far. I'm very pleased.
A lot of those Windward Islands players in the past may not be too happy with you for saying that, because from what I know of them, they were always fighters in that Windward Island side. And they always try and give up their best.
Well, of course, they were fighters. They tried their best. But the numbers were not as many. I don't think the quality was as good as...
15 years ago, you're talking about people like Evan Smith, Rawl Lewis.
Yes, and particularly Donley Joseph as well,
Don,
Junior
Donley
Murray.
Joseph.
Yeah.
May have been before that.
Big swipe. Misses. Last time he had a little go at it, it was dropped by the wicketkeeper.
John Eugene may have been around that
Yes,
time. He certainly could have played.
I saw him at under 19 as well. He was so promising at under 19.
And Sebastian, who is here as manager, well, I'm not sure if he's manager or coach, he would have been in that take up as well. Not a bad player at all. His father played before him, was a tough customer, very tough customer.
Remind me of the father's first name?
Lockhart.
Lockhart.
Man from Dominica. Look at those players relaxing.
They're in comfort zone, right? 392 runs on.
And Dominica has produced some over the years. People like Shillingford brothers, Wilson, Northern Shillingford, Norbert Phillip. A lot of times we tend to forget what a good all-round player.
saw Shillingford in his test match for got I was quite a kid then. I can't recall the opposing team.
Pakistan, 149 against Pakistan. And I think it was his second test match. Played one more test match. I don't think he got a game after. If my memory serves me right. I'm getting a little older, so I may not be able to remember everything, but I think he was dropped for the fourth test. And David Holford played in Jamaica. I don't think he got a game ever since. Died a few years ago, or last year, I think. Irving Shillingford, certainly. I played against him at the end of his career, and he was certainly one of the better players of spinners and one of the better batsmen that has come out of the Windward Islands.
Forward, gently, pushing it into the offside. But it's not funny. I was just talking, I saw Shillingford as quite a little boy, that how some of these things will stick in your head. I'll tell you another one that has stuck. And it has to be an outstanding feat. I have never seen another player, whether it's the West Indies or otherwise, that had such a strong arm with returns that goes over the bails when he's returning them. Almost every single occasion he did it from the boundary. You know that guy is a red-skinned guy out of Barbados.
Boys.
Absolutely. Derek Murray was the wicketkeeper, I think it was, or David, I can't recall. But every time at border that Keith Boyce had to send a return from the boundary, every time it was just half an inch over that bails, all the time. That stuck in my mind. End of the over, 277 for the loss of 8.
And just looking at Jamaica and at the Scorpions now, they're obviously playing for a close of play. I think they're just going through the motions, just keep rotating. They just want to get out of there in the middle. But they've got to be careful. I'm thinking two things happening here. I don't think they want to be batting this afternoon. If you're a batsman, you don't want those short periods to bat. But at the same time, you've got to be careful in saying that, and then the Windward Islands put on another 30, 40 runs, and that's even more pressure on you. And the Windward Islands here must be thinking, well, I know I said earlier that I don't think they would declare, but if the game is just pettering out like this and your batsmen are not scoring, they may well look to make that declaration. There's still an amount of overs to go. I think it must be about 14 overs still in the day's play. And they may be thinking, well, we maybe could have 2 bites of the cherry. Or for 7, 8 overs this afternoon. And then come tomorrow and put a lot of pressure on the Scorpions.
So the complexion of the game and the decision and the projection, it changes with the passage of time, of course. All the while we were thinking that the declaration would probably happen tomorrow morning. But it makes sense for me from a volcano's perspective. If you reach to 400, it makes sense to have a little bowl at them, even if it's 8, 10 overs. Cut away to third man. This ground is so fast. I knew that would have been going towards the boundary. Just a little bit ahead of the fielder, and it's going to get away for 4. That quick. And it's nicely mowed and manicured, so to speak. Very level outfield. Green, still very green, although the sunshine has been streaming down over the past 2 weeks. But they've managed to keep it green And if 3 more runs, the 400 comes up. And think I may not be surprised if the Volcanoes want a few overs at the Scorpions. They're tired. They've been focusing on fielding. And you're asking them to go in there, get your clothes, change, put on your pads, and come outside. Let's battle. End of the over, 281. Harty has worked his way back to respectability. He's after the tea interval, but he's gone for a very long ball. It's now his 18th over.
And then boys out there, I don't think he had a bold in the first inning, so I'm sure he'll be looking to see what is happening here, where the spinners are bowling, where they're getting this turn from, and the left-arm spinner as well. So 2 spinners batting against 2 spinners.
The run rate has dipped a little bit, if you notice, 4.19.
That's what happens when you lose wickets. When you lose wickets, you tend to try and rebuild, and the run rate keeps going down. And I think that's what happened with the Volcanoes. They wanted to ensure that they probably get to that safety net, or what they would think as a safety net. Of course, the Jamaica Scorpions will still be thinking, well, this pitch, there's nothing, no real devil inside. 400 runs can be gettable.
I'd like to see them challenge it. That 400 total is becoming a little elusive. So, but that's the end of the over. And Clive, I'm going to take my leave. 282 for 8 in the G will join you.
My fellow Myconian, yes, both Edwards and Demba, just looking to work the ball around, picking up singles, picking up twos, not really putting a lot of pressure on themselves to score and score heavily. Yeah, not really putting a lot of pressure on themselves. Going back, he's out, LBW. Going back to a delivery that was pitched up, a delivery that he should have come forward to. He went back and was adjudged LBW by the umpire. So, the Scorpions have gotten another wicket, and they've certainly come back nicely after tea. They've put some pressure on the Volcanoes, and it has paid off. Yes, he was going right back on his stumps, hit plumb in front, and the umpire had no hesitation in saying, that's out. Good evening to you, John.
Hello, Clyde. Hello, everyone. So, Patrick Harty has finally arrived.
Well, he has come back well.
Yeah.
In this spell, he has actually bowled a little slower. He's got the ball to turn a little. And I guess he would say to you that, well, once Athenias and Hodge went, things became a little easier for him. As you look at that scoreboard, what a scoreboard it is. Reminds you of the big scoreboard that used to be at Border Cricket Ground. Huge scoreboards. I don't think there's a lot of those scoreboards around in the world anymore.
It used to be around the Caribbean. Everywhere you go, Sabina Park, Kensington Oval. Yeah. Yeah, good fight back, like you said, from Patrick Harty personally, because he was struggling. Did not look the part at all. Looked very ordinary, to be very honest. But picking up 3 wickets after tea. Naim was making a point. He had a hearty tea. Sherman Lewis has made his way into the middle in the meantime. We've seen 3 wickets for Jamaica Scorpions going down today, and 9 now for the Volcanoes. So 12 wickets today. Yesterday, 17.
A lot of wickets on a pitch that I don't think we would say had any great devil inside. In 2 days, to have lost, 29 wickets? And may still lose more before the day is out.
Not with Lewis stretching long forward like that.
Lewis is like he's closed up shops. He's probably telling himself, I'm not going to be bowling this afternoon. Let me enjoy some batting.
Until the cows come home, they say. Nice and steady, nice and steady. Targeting the off stump now. Looking to just bowl just outside that off stump. Forward stump.
Question, you think Windwards still a little worried? The Volcanoes still a little bit worried because they're looking very defensive, very apprehensive in their approach.
I think they're worried slightly because they might have been thinking that they would like to have a 400 plus cushion. So they're just 2 runs away from that. It's a psychological thing, Clyde, but
I hear you, John Ramsey. So that 2 runs that you're talking about is so important to them.
end of the over. And spectators coming in one by one. But I tell you what, Clyde, I was monitoring the stream earlier and I'm seeing high percentages. A lot of persons are watching the stream. Obviously, this game has no interest locally. A lot of interest, I would say, locally. So lots of persons in Jamaica and in the Windward Islands obviously following. Yes, my friend, give us a wave. So good afternoon. Yeah, so lots of persons following the game despite not at Providence.
Yeah, and I guess because the other 2 games are playing as well. So there will be others watching those 2 games in the region. The Guyanese would be watching Guyana versus Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados, Pride, and the Leeward Islands.
It's a timely return of first-class cricket to Guyana. I haven't had cricket at this level since 2020 because of COVID-19. Merchant now into his 9th over. Wicketless in this innings. He had 2 in the first innings, unlike Harty. Harty with some wickets already in this innings, who went wicketless in the first innings.
And the Seamers have all taken a fair amount of wickets in this game.
Which means lots of fast bowling bonus points being given out in this game. Yeah.
And I think that would help Windwards especially tremendously because they were still, I still think they're in the runnings in this competition. And they're probably, with that drawn game against Guyana, they're probably kicking themselves a little for that game as well. But you've got to give Guyana full credit for the way how they came out of that game.
And I'm sure the Windwards will be thinking about those 2 games, but they had Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago on the ropes.
The back foot.
Yeah. So they don't want to be in a situation like that again, not giving themselves enough time
to
against
bowl out the opposition.
Jamaica. Yeah. Steady stuff from Merchant, wrong the wicket to the left-hander. And in 2 seasons, the Windward Islands are still searching for their first win. Last year, they went winless. 5 opportunities. This time around, 2 drawn encounters already. New captain this season, young Athenaeus.
Was it Hodge that was the captain before? Was that Devon Smith's last year as well? Last year? Oh, he has served the Windward Islands really well,
So
hasn't he?
this is the first season in 21 seasons that is no Devon Smith.
No Devon Smith, huh? Devon, if you're watching or listening, enjoy your retirement, my friend.
End of the over, 285 now for the loss of 9, and that lead Clyde Butts, 401.
Well, they've passed that 400 mark now. So what are we going to see? Are we going to see them try and step up things, get a few more runs, and put the Scorpions in this evening, bat a few overs, 5, 6 overs, see if they can take a wicket or 2? It's an awkward time to bat in any game. Just about 7, 8 overs in an afternoon. Very awkward.
Well, that should be what they should be thinking. And then there's always, well, a quick single. There's always a big difference as well in declaring with 9 down as opposed to be bowled out.
Well, I guess they're not thinking about that because at the end of the day, what they want to do is win the game. Win the game. Quick single, well run.
Wickets shared. Harty picking up 3. 2 to Mindley and Gordon. 1 each to Darvell Green and Kirk McKenzie. First time bowling, so his first class wicket is that of Alec Athenaeus, who was well set on 97. Golden arm.
Well, I think he would be saying, you don't come and get 100 against me easy. You have to work harder than that.
When the dismissal came, I happened to be on the outside of the com box, and I heard a chirping going around. Mackenzie. I think he probably asked his captain for the ball as well because they know each other. Athenaeus and Mackenzie played on the 19 level together. Good to see him as well, getting an opportunity with the ball. Just 4 wickets. Just 4 overs. But he was asked to break the partnership, asked to get a wicket, and he responded. Remember the lollipop bowler, according to Jeffrey Boycott?
I don't know.
According to Jeffrey Boycott.
I don't use those words, you lollipop bowlers, because I think I served up some lollipop in my time as well. But certainly, if you're playing cricket and you can bowl, it's an asset for your team. Come on, get a few overs just to change things a little. And batsmen tend to relax a little more when a non-bowler is bowling, and that's the time when you lose a wicket.
286 for 9. I remember one of the more competent spinners, right arm off break spinner, and he said that in a discussion, when asked what varieties you served up, he said he bowled from way back of the crease, he bowled full tosses, he tried some leg breaks, but what happened, he tried those without the batsman's knowledge, so they can play shots and get dismissed.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter how they come, really. That's the point he was making.
I'm here to try and get you out. Once I pick up the ball in my hand, regardless of what I do, I'm here to get you out.
Whatever he did it well because he got 309 test wickets.
And
Without calling a name, I don't know who.
And remember this, our spinners are not like fast bowlers who can actually run in and say they're going to injure somebody or just blast them out. Got to try everything. That name that person that you're talking about, I'm sure we all know that he wasn't any lollipop bowler, right?
Not at all.
Yeah. He's probably the greatest spin bowler to come out of the Caribbean.
Straight approach to the wicket from Merchant. You have to try what's working for you. See Merchant going straight. A lot of spinners will go with an angled approach. So we're getting down towards the end of day number 2 in this game. Short and quick. And a quick single.
I'm a little disappointed in Merchant from what I've known of him in the past. I used to be impressed because he used to spin the ball a great deal, but just seems to be going through the motion at the moment.
There's left arm spinner Jivar Royal. I asked about him earlier. Fabian Allen, left arm spinner, who should be trying his opportunities. Trying to
Where's Fabian?
beats me. There's a Pete Salmon, the right arm off spinner as well. We saw him a few seasons ago.
I was very interested in Bulai.
Dennis Bulla, oh yes.
Dennis Bulai. I've seen him over the years. I think he always gives of its all. Probably not the fittest of persons, but certainly he gives the ball a good tweak. And he bowls Chinaman and Googlies. That's the type of bowling you don't see often in the region.
288 now for 9. So the Windward Islands just going on in singles now. I think they're just playing for time. According to the scoreboard, there's 8 overs still remaining in the day's play. Maybe they're looking to get to 300 as well. And if they're still with a wicket in hand, they may declare. But I don't think if you're going so close to stumps.
It's 4:50 now. And
Yeah.
you said it's just 5 overs left.
8.
8 overs still left in the day's play. They can still bowl some 5 overs at the opposition.
The light is still very good at 5:30 local time, which is 4:30 in Jamaica. When the Windwards were at home in rounds 1 and 2, lots of delays for rain. And the time the groundsmen took to get the covers on and off took time out of the game as well. So that became a factor when they were pushing for an outright win, outright victories in both of those games. But the forecast here in Guyana at this time of year, I did check that, promises much better weather. But I always say I'm not the almighty, or the weather app can certainly be making errors. Abhijay Mansingh reintroduced, now into his 5th over.
Love to see him just give that ball a little bit more air, probably a little bit more rip as well. He doesn't really spin the ball a great deal. Just slow it up, encourage the batsman to look to come and drive you through the offside. You're bowling to a left-hander, even the right-handers when they come, encourage them to bowl, come and drive you.
That was too short. He's wearing number 94 on his shirt, similar to Veerasammy Parmar, who went past Nikita Miller today in terms of regional wickets. He's now the record holder for the most regional wickets.
Congratulations to Veerasammy Parmar. What a performer he has been for Guyana over the years.
Umpire Banwari is telling the bowler to run away from the center of the pitch.
If you're the batting side, you would be saying, no, don't tell him anything. Let him continue to run on the pitch. He's got to bat last.
That's the end of another over. Mansingh completing 5 overs, none for 19. Windward Islands Volcanoes in their second innings, 73 overs gone to 90 for 9. Last wicket partnership so far of 8 runs. Lead 406.
Really seems to just be going through the motions out in the middle at this time. Out in the middle. Nothing really happening, is it? When you think about all the excitement we had from the start of play to tea, I think after tea things died down quite a bit.
Larry Edward, in the meantime, helping himself to 20. This is his first game for the Volcanoes this season. Like Sherman Lewis, who missed the first 2 matches because he was recovering from injury. Look at the way Merchant is holding the ball. I get the impression he's holding it with his thumb and index finger, rather than trying to hold it in the fingers to give it a big rip, like a doorknob. There he went with the fingers.
Maybe he was trying something with that delivery that you saw before, but certainly he doesn't look himself this year. Doesn't look himself at all. More just seems to be running through the crease instead of trying to stop and really pivot and give the ball a good rip.
We saw Bono in his early career bowling a lot of leg breaks. Haven't been given an opportunity. And Kuma Bono just a slip. How's that? Question asked. Local fireman says not out, and that's the end of the over. It's a maiden. Score remains 290 for 9.
That must have been close as well because he was coming forward, but it seems to me to be fairly straight. A ball sliding on with the arm. Maybe the umpire thought that one maybe just sliding down the leg side, but it was certainly very close. And a good shout.
It's a mind game as well, Clyde, because the Volcanoes, if they come back to bat tomorrow morning to make a Scorpions, be wondering how long will they go on for. But they should be able to try to get this last wicket. Will they want to bat this afternoon? That's another story.
No. If you're feeling inside there now and you're an opening bat, you'll be thinking, no, I don't want to be batting this afternoon. It'll be awkward, batting 5, 6 overs. It'll be a bit awkward. Think about a man like Lug who loves to play shots. What do we come out and do?
Especially looking at Leroy Lugg, the way he plays, the way he goes about his business, you would not want to mess around, but then he's playing unorthodox, away from his style. Playing for stumps. Young Kirk McKenzie.
Maybe we'll get a night watchman for him.
So 5 overs to go after this one. Sherman Lewis.
So you're thinking that if the volcanoes were going to declare, they probably would have declared already.
They want to come back. They don't want to bowl this afternoon either. Looking at the way things are going, because if they're looking to get 300 runs, they perhaps would have been stepping on it. They've gone past that 400 lead that we spoke about earlier. Seven bowlers used in all in the second innings by the Jamaica Scorpions. It's a bottom of the table clash. So it's important for both teams to get some points. Before there's the Volcanoes, 2 draws from their 2 matches. 19.4 Jamaica Scorpions. 1 draw, 1 defeat, 10 points. Single in that over, 291 for 9.
And a win can certainly change things for your team, especially when you think about all the wickets that the Volcanoes got from their seamers as well, which would be a big help.
The point system is quite interesting. You do not get first innings points like before, and there's no advantage in a drawn encounter either. It's all about bonus points in drawn situations for batting, bowling, and for fast bowling.
It encourages you to take chance
Yeah.
and to ensure you win a game and not to draw a game. Looking to work it down the leg side. I think the batsman thought he didn't play a shot, but it was a bye, so you're allowed to run a bye. Was that one turn and bounced?
But ill-directed. Some people call it Throwback Thursday. When I was on the way to the venue this morning, the radio is certainly enjoying Throwback Thursday with the music.
I think what has happened, a lot of the radio stations have different days, because
Oh,
there's
yeah.
one I know have Throwback Wednesdays, Throwback Thursday. So they have different. So if you're a oldie like me and you love to listen to your oldies, you can get them.
But there was no mention first-class cricket at Providence.
Actually, that's not true.
On the station I was listening to.
Yesterday afternoon, one of the stations actually gave a report at 3 o'clock on all
Lovely.
3 of the games.
Lovely.
And all 3 of the games, they were bringing you up to date. Actually, he was even commentating on one of the games, Guyana versus Trinidad. So he was actually watching that game. And he gave a report on all 3 of the games of what was happening. That's around 4 o'clock when I left here to go out and come back.
Well, that's very good. We need to have that sort of publicity for our first-class cricketers. They've earned their positions here. One by, one other single. 293 for 9.
Question for you. Do a lot of the radio stations have sports news, sports reports?
No. That's the bottom line, no. The major newscast that we are accustomed to allocates 9 minutes to sport news, and sometimes because of content as well, just about 7 minutes you get. So it's quite complex. I used to be not
You
pleased.
used to be a sports reporter,
Yeah, former sport editor as well.
a sports editor as well.
So
So we can blame you a little? Can we?
I was begging for more time and more space in the newspapers and more time. for sport coverage. Mansing starts a new over. But I'm wondering what's happening now. I was asking my editor to give me some more time, more space in the papers.
Somebody like you, who's forming a new company and all of that, can you actually buy time on a TV station or on one of these radio stations, get some promotion going in terms of sports?
Yeah, that is the idea, Clyde. We would like to keep the spotlight on sport.
Sports, please.
Yeah, be it cricket, football, basketball,
Because you
whatever
said
it is.
sport just now, and,
Well-
and I look at sport as slightly different. I know you're a sport man, but
So when you say sport, it's a general term that takes everything. Yeah, I would love with the plethora of radio stations and television stations we have around these days, but there's also what has been happening a lot, streaming, live streaming with the internet, becoming very popular. So more and more platforms, more and more opportunities. So while Cricket West Indies streaming these matches, you may not find a packed house, but find a lot of viewers nonetheless, in their vehicles even, their offices. And I know some of the cricket clubs right here, I saw it happening at Everest in Georgetown, and at the old border. The clubs will tune into the stream and have that shown to their membership. So while it's one device on, you have a number of persons watching.
yes, and that's nice as well to actually see what is going on with the cricket, understand what is going on, and especially with the young players, I think one day I'll be up there.
77 overs bowled in the Volcanoes' second innings, 297 for 9.
Yeah, and even the fielders now, and even the umpires are really just going through the motion, taking their time to get to their marks. The fielders out there are just moving slowly. Guess it's been a long day for some of them, you know.
Yeah, we must speak about match fitness. What were you doing before coming into this round of match? How many opportunities you had to play long versions of cricket? I remember Shivnarayan Chandapal saying you have to bat 6 hours in the nets because that's what you want to do in a match. So you have to practice that.
Prepare yourself to bat long.
So not sure how
Prepare
many
to
of these
bat
players train the field for an entire day.
Well, but that comes from the type of cricket you're playing locally as well, because, like I said, I remember playing my first Case Cup game, and it was against a first division game, I should explain, playing against Everest. And Colin Croft was playing at that time with me. And we virtually bowled the whole day to get 4 wickets. So that was an introduction to first division cricket from Romin at Waru. Nearly batted the whole day at that time. And it wasn't like it was a bad pitch or a good batting pitch alone. But in those days, you had to work hard if you wanted to play cricket.
So the man with the golden arm is back into the attack, Kirk McKenzie. Only today got his first-class wicket when he had Alec Athanaze playing to straightish mid-wicket where Mindley took the catch. Athanaze gone for 97, the top score of the innings so far. Nice shape, good movement, nice little turn there, Clyde.
Well, that's a very good delivery indeed. And he would be thinking even one of the earlier batters couldn't play that one.
He has a very good action for an off spinner. I like the way he's coming,
on target
he's
as well.
following through. Look at him. Straight approach.
Well, as soon as we give him some credit, he give us a ball that is back pitched. Unable to put it away, the batsman.
Over completed, just a single though. 298. So it's official that if the Volcanoes inning should end now, they will not, it will be stumps because just 2 overs remaining in the day's play.
Right, so I guess you can, if you're a field inside now, or your 2 openers, Mackenzie himself, you'll be picking up and say, come on, let's get this wicket quickly because tomorrow morning I could come prepared knowing I have to go and open batting. Don't have to go out in the field, come have a knock, and then be ready to go out in the middle. But the Volcanoes are not going down. They are still resolute in defense. Obviously want to come back in the morning, even if it's just about 1 over. They want to come back and bat.
Two runs away from 300 runs in their second innings. They got to 17 in the first. Their best score this season, 425 against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in round 1. They got 294 against the Harpy Eagles.
So they'll be fairly consistent with the scores.
I heard you mention a name earlier, Kimani Milius. He has worked in his game personally. Came back and hit that 192. Wonderful innings, Clyde. He was growing a bit tired, as you would expect, but then he buckled down again. There's an appeal for a leg before, this time not playing a shot. Umpire Banwari says, Sherman Lewis, you have to go. Look at Larry Edward. Look at the disappointment in Larry Edwards' face. He's on 23, not out, and he is disappointed. He wanted to bat longer. He wanted a personal milestone. But that's the end of the innings as well. 298 all out.
It was a personal milestone. I think it was more or less wanted to come back in the morning to make sure that the Scorpions didn't get that opportunity to prepare themselves. A delivery that was straight on the stump. We was padding out thinking that would have turned away. It didn't. I was hit plumb in front, and the umpire had no hesitation in raising the fingers.
One of the easier decisions for umpire Banwari in his second first-class game. So that's the end of the Windwards Volcanoes in their second innings. 298 all out, an overall lead of 414. It means that the Jamaica Scorpions will need to get 415 if they're going to win this game.
A very tall order, and I would think that the Volcanoes would be happy with how things went for them today. They bowled out the Jamaican Scorpions very quickly this morning, then had that huge partnership when they were batting, and was able to score. Well, the umpires are not picking up the stumps, so unless they've taken the bail off, but they're certainly not picking out the stumps out of the ground.
They have lifted bails on both sides, but they're not. Yeah, you mentioned the stumps are still there.
And they're still out there, so. But I'm thinking they're probably out there to attack to the groundsmen to get their stuff ready for repairing the footmarks. So I think Volcanoes, at the end of the day, would be quite happy with the way things have gone. Jamaica's Scorpions have got to come out and get 400 plus to win. They've got 2 days to do it, long time to do it, but it's going to be an uphill task.
It's not impossible, but highly improbable, especially being asked to score 415 batting last here at Providence. So, like Clyde said, the day started with Jamaica Scorpions still at the crease. Eventually, they were bowled out this morning for 101. 6 for 34 to Justin Greaves, the star of that innings. 33 to Derval Green, 24 to Jamie Merchant. And now in their second innings, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, moments ago, bowled out for 298 in the 79th over. The highlight of their innings, 97 from their captain, Alec Atanez, 15 fours, 1-6 from 100 balls, and batted in a nice partnership of 171 for the third wicket with Kavim Hodge, who got 82 in quick time as well, 107 balls, 9 fours, and 1-6. And after them, Sidney Lambres 23 without hitting a boundary. Justin Greaves, who had a half century in the first innings, 33. Larry Edward 23 not out. Last batsman to be dismissed, Sherman Lewis, leg before to Abhijay Mansingh, the leg spinner for 7. The pick of the bowlers, Patrick Harty, the left-arm spinner, 3 for 62. 2 apiece to Marquino Mindley and Nicholson Gordon. 1 apiece to Derval Green, Kirk McKenzie, and now Abhijay Mansingh. So the target for Jamaica Scorpions in 2 days, 415. Lots of time still to go in this game. Which way will it go? Will the hot lava prevail, or will the sting of the Scorpions be too much? Let's see. We'll find out more on day number 3. On behalf of Naim Chan, Inderjit Prasad, Clyde Butts, my name is John Ramsing. Thanking you for your time today and inviting you to join us just about 5 minutes to 10 o'clock tomorrow local time, 5 minutes to 9 in Jamaica for coverage on day number 3 of this match, the Windward Islands Volcanoes against Jamaica Scorpions, live from Providence. Until then, goodbye.